And here we are, finally live on this cold, wintry day, December 20th, Xbox 2 podcast. I am one of your hosts, Randall Thor 19, the man with the million. And this week, we have a special guest, because he certainly wasn't here last week, because he
certainly wasn't.
Because he had what did people in chat call it? The green Hershey squirts, and he just couldn't hold the show. He couldn't do it for whatever reason.
Yeah.
We have returning
Green Hershey
or whatever, however people described it. We have Jez Corden, Windows Central.
That's me.
Back in the house, not sick this time. Not running off to use the toilet. Although you did just use the toilet before we started. I thought you were going to come back and be like, I'm sick again, bro. But no, he's all good.
That wasn't how I was ill. I was like, my sinuses were blocked, bro. It was a different kind of slime we were rocking last week.
Yeah.
And it was just making me dizzy. I think it was like in a rear or something. But it cleared up after a couple of days. But Colt was very, very kind enough to stand in. So
I sent out the Colt Eastwood signal, and like Batman, he immediately he's like, wait, someone's calling my name, you know? And he took on the challenge of talking to me and the Xbox 2 community for over, like 3 hours as we talked about the VGAs and all the good stuff that happened last week, and you completely missed all of it. So
I did, but hey, we're back.
But that didn't stop you from creating controversy.
Me?
Yeah, I mean, you.
Controversy?
I mean, you.
What are you talking about?
You always tell me, like, hey, I'm kind of going to lay off of social media use. And then you're always. Well, you don't, because that's just who you are. And you just kind of drop these tactical nukes along the way.
Tactical nukes.
As I call them, tactical nukes.
I like the way, like, the phrase tactical there implies there's some kind of method.
Oh, there is a method to your madness.
Oh, okay.
You want to get those Elon bucks.
Oh, yeah, all 20 of them.
Uh-huh, yes. So, a lot of people were quite upset this week at what you had to say. Not only did Satya Nadella redefine what it means to be an Xbox fan, but
he sure did.
It wouldn't have been as bad as it was if you hadn't come out earlier in the week and given your opinion about Xbox exclusives never existing ever again. So, like, you were the direct cause of all that.
Good. I'm glad.
The very direct cause. And I want you to apologize to everybody for making them all upset.
Well, reality hurts sometimes, bro. What can I say? It's what the universe we live in now. Would you prefer that I lied? Would you prefer that I placated? Were you upset, Rand? By reality? Reality came knocking on your door, Rand. Were you upset?
No, I'm never.
Did you shed a tear?
Did you shed a tear?
Did you cry? No, because I think the writing was pretty much on the wall for a fair bit of while, but yeah, I think my article on the topic did pretty well. I think featured in CNN, that respectable journalistic outlet, CNN.
Yeah, Nana says in chat, you always lie, Jez. Jez the liar.
Yeah, I'm super liar, bro. So, the Game Awards predictions are pretty accurate, though.
Well,
you saw them.
Sure, but it's always interesting to write a prediction article like the day before the Game Awards when you know what mostly is going to be at the show. At that point, they're not really predictions. They're like Rand predictions using air quotes. Right? I mean, good predictions would be a month out. Let's get some predictions about something a month out. What's going to happen? Not 24 hours away.
Okay.
So, yeah. You're the cause of all the problems in the Xbox world, and we're going to talk about it today. among some other things as well. So thank you everybody for tuning in on what is this, episode 345. We got a lot of stuff to talk about, a lot of interesting things to discuss. So if you could do us a huge favor, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. So Michael Squire says, if these guys don't call out Xbox with all their bullshit lying, then this podcast is absolutely useless. Man, that's harsh. I think we have. I don't know. I mean, I think longtime listeners of the show know that we have, and know that we are also pretty critical when it comes to Xbox in general. He says Jez is not. Jez has. So,
I mean, I literally put out an article criticizing them 2 or 3 days ago, was it? So I love how people just run with their own sort of narratives about something. I was on Facebook the other day, and Facebook, like, for work, I don't actively use Facebook, but Facebook has kind of learned stuff about me through like its algorithms or whatever. So it services Xbox content into my feed, even though I've got like I don't use it. I don't have any friends on there or anything. And someone had posted an article, and there was people in the comments just like saying like, "Oh, Jez said this and it never happened," and it was just all things that were made up. It was like, "Oh, Jez said Xbox would launch a new system last year and they didn't." I'm like, "What? What the fuck?" So people just, I think the times we live in now, people just believe whatever they want to believe. They can make up anything they want and just believe it and live in a fantasy make-believe reality. So I just laugh at it now. I don't read comments, don't read replies. I'm just kind of like, I'll be whatever you want me to be, you know?
mm. You know, because I think what he's saying is, if you went out on Twitter and you said that you didn't agree with what they're doing, then immediately Phil and Satya would see your tweet and change course, 100%. Oh, Jez is calling us out. Oh well, we gotta pivot now. We gotta change our entire business strategy, back to doing what we were doing before. I don't know. Some people think that that's like something that should happen, that if more people said something on social media or whatever, then plans would change. But this isn't like, I don't know, a few years ago when Microsoft was planning on changing the price of gold to $120, and people pushed back and Microsoft was like, oh, okay, yeah, fine. This is like a significant change that basically, I guess to say the only way there would be any change is if it was in their pocketbooks, and that's going to, basically require a significant portion of the audience leaving and not spending money on the Xbox platform anymore, rather than, oh, well, God, oh, there's a mean tweet from someone on social media. Let me just change my entire business outlook, my business strategy, and all that stuff. So, I don't know. It's kind of funny.
What we're kind of reckoning with here as a community is that when in 2013, when Xbox One blew up in Microsoft's face, they had no choice but to listen to the fans. They had absolutely no choice. So we had like, I don't know, maybe a good 6-7 years of Microsoft doing nothing but responding to feedback. Do you remember the Xbox dashboard was updated relentlessly based on user feedback?
Sure was.
It was like huge updates every few months. Multiple huge updates constantly on the feedback. Microsoft went on a buying spree, and then Phil was out there very, very vocally saying, this is about exclusives, bringing exclusive content to our audience. They went out and got specific studios based on the kind of content people were asking for. RPGs, single-player games. That's what people were asking for directly. Even though, like, you could say it didn't make a whole lot of sense for them to be gunning for single-player games because everything's service games now. That's where the money is. But that's what happened. They went out and followed the feedback to a T, to the letter. That's exactly what Microsoft were doing for so many years. But now things are different. they invested $70 billion in Activision Blizzard. $70 billion, roughly. And that was not really Microsoft's money to invest, because at the end of the day, Microsoft isn't a publicly traded company. That was a shareholders' money Microsoft invested there.
They are a publicly traded company, though.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, no, you actually said they aren't a publicly traded company.
No. I said they are. I don't.
Oh, it sounded like you said they weren't.
No. Well, they are a publicly traded company, so it's not their money to spend. It's the shareholders' money. So overnight, Xbox went from being a well-funded startup with fans to being, you know, one of the most heavily invested gaming operations on Earth, right? And all of a sudden, we didn't matter. The community didn't matter. The audience didn't matter. All the people that had stuck by Xbox, none of it mattered. What mattered was the shareholders and their investments. And for a little while, and I wrote about this in my article that all the people criticizing me didn't read. CNN read it, so that's the important thing, right? CNN read it.
Yeah, you made it to the big time on that one.
Yeah, big time. Yeah. So, but I wrote in my article that during the pandemic, gaming looked like it was going to boom. They were going to get all these new users, and all those users would stick around. They didn't stick around, Rand. Those new gamers who were bored during the pandemic, they didn't stick around. So we've seen layoffs, studio closures across the board. Not just Xbox, but Sony as well. They've closed studios. They had big issues and all the stuff that went down with Concord, blah blah blah, whatever. And even Nintendo's had layoffs. But they're very good at controlling the video, the optics. Sorry, on all that stuff. But everyone's had layoffs, and then the shareholders were like, "Hang on a sec, we gave you all this fucking money, and you're telling me gaming's shrinking now?" Meanwhile, AI starts booming. And all of a sudden, you've got like the biggest companies in the world, Microsoft's real competitors, like your Googles, your Metas, and even Elon Musk's XAI, all battling out for what the future of computing is going to look like. And I wrote this in my article. If I was a shareholder around, and I was looking at the gaming industry right now as it shrinks while AI booms, and sure, AI might end up just being a load of bullshit as well. But if I was an investor, I'd be like, Satya, what are you doing? You could have put $70 billion into OpenAI. You could have owned OpenAI instead of having to basically compete with them, and accept scraps from their table. You could have owned Sam Altman, but instead you spent it on Candy Crush Saga.
Hey, don't you talk smack about Candy Crush Saga? What are you talking about?
Well, that's my point. It's like,
I mean, it's more like you spent $70 billion on Overwatch 2. Yikes! Like, what has Candy Crush Saga ever done to you, Jez, for that kind of disparagement?
My point being, Rand, that the shareholders are now in charge. The only feedback that matters to Microsoft now is the shareholders' feedback. It's not our feedback. We don't matter anymore.
Well, technically, the feedback would matter if they saw a significant decrease in revenue and all those other sort of things that would start ringing alarm bells at the company. So.
I mean, sure, but it's like, as long as they cruise, then they don't care. But like the optics aren't good. Like if I was like a parent and a kid was asking me, what console to buy or whatever, if I was anyone looking at what console to buy, I'd be seeing all this stuff about Xbox. And to be fair, Xbox has always had to deal with FUD and stuff like that. But a lot of it was just bullshit before. So much of the bullshit now that's flying out there is all self-inflicted from Xbox. It's all self-inflicted. So, we're in this sort of weird transitional phase now. And I don't think it'll be forever. I think Xbox will. I do believe Xbox will bounce back from all this. And we'll look at this maybe in a few years as being another 2013 difficult moment in the in the lore of Xbox canon and community.
Or maybe not. Who knows?
Or maybe not, yeah.
Who knows how the future progresses?
But my point is this, ultimately, that we've been used to being first, and we're just not first now.
Sure.
Or at least we were able to trick ourselves into thinking we were first.
A lot of the problem, and I got to give a shout out to the one and only Hargeet, who drops a $100 super chat and says, "Merry Christmas, Jez and Rand." Thank you very much, Hargeet. Hopefully, you yourself have a happy holidays, as well as everybody in chat. Jez is like, "Hey, we're gonna do an Xbox 2 Ultimate on Wednesday." I'm like, "Bro, Wednesday's Christmas. They're gonna have people over. There's no." I'm just like, did you forget this? Did you forget? I mean, it's the holidays, right? Last weekend before Christmas, and so hopefully everybody's doing well, and you got your plans ready for the holidays, and you're gonna spend it with the people that you love the most, and you get what you want. Gifts, whether you like giving gifts or like getting gifts. Hopefully it's great. It's not too cold here in Chicago yet, even though it did snow a little bit, but there's not a lot of snow left on the ground, and it's actually supposed to get warm. But yeah, I mean, this topic is exhausting because I feel like it's the same topic that's been talked about since the rumors happened back in January, and it's like, I'm over it. I don't, it's not a fun topic to, one, talk about.
Well, dude,
and
this
two,
is
I'm sure it's not a fun topic to listen about. But there's always like new wrinkles to the story or whatever. And even back when Phil and them did the update back in February, when they said, "Oh, it's just 4 games," I distinctly remember me and Jez sitting there and being like, "If you believe this is only 4 games, then I got a bridge to sell you in New York, right?"
Yeah, we did say that.
And I get it, like, well, then Phil lied. It was like, yeah, he probably could have used better words to say that, because you knew what the plans were, and a lot of what Phil said doesn't really look good anymore. But that's what happens when your whole business reality shifts around you, is that some of the stuff you said previously isn't going to be true, So what else is there to say about it? I mean, we're going to talk about it some more. But I just wanted to give you shit personally, Jez, because
you always give me shit.
I know, and I like giving you shit. But this time, the panic that set in, I think it was the combination of your comments along all of a sudden with Satya, who didn't even say it that week. It was comments he made the previous week that someone actually I think it was Stephen Totillo actually went back and watched the investors meeting. And I do sort of feel that his quote was sort of, misconstrued a bit, but I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Without the context, it's relatively innocuous, right? But this is the issue, is that they aren't listening to what we've got to say as the core fan base, which is what they used to do, right? And we're not used to that. So when they're talking about, oftentimes when they publicly talk about Xbox now, like Satya never used to talk about Xbox ever.
No.
But now it's something that shareholders ask him about because they've spent $70 billion on the segment. That's a lot of money. So now they do ask him about Xbox, and he doesn't know jack shit about Xbox. He certainly doesn't know jack shit about us and the core community. So when he speaks about Xbox, it's very much in the context of, what do the shareholders want to hear? And that's sort of like the weird universe we now find ourselves in. Like, Xbox was almost like a well-funded startup back in the day. I think Phil actually described it himself as a well-funded startup at one point. And when you are like a well-funded startup, you're kind of beholden to no one. And we used to talk about on the show, like, about how the shareholders didn't care what Xbox did. They didn't care. They were only interested in Azure, whatever, cloud, Office 365, all that shit. But now they've got $70 billion riding on it. You damn bet.
It's more like 78, because I'm sure they lump in Bethesda's $7 billion.
Well, that too, I suppose. But Activision had $7 billion.
Sure,
in cash.
I mean, it was like $70 billion, and then like, Bethesda's $7 billion, so it's like
you get the point.
You kind of add up,
and, like,
they
numbers.
spent
it's
like
a lot
$80
of
billion
numbers.
in a couple years, and you know.
Yeah.
But anyways,
point being, it's a lot of bones.
it is
It's
a lot of bones. It is
so,
a lot of cash.
so they care now, and that's, you know, how Satya talks about that stuff, and that's why, like, Phil's kind of been caught out a lot when he says things one way, but then the reality is, oh, actually, it can't be that way anymore, because now we are beholden to shareholders, and we have to think quarter over quarter rather than year over year a lot of the time. So the idea behind my article, which was essentially, the message was, exclusives are going to be the exception rather than the rule, right? Because there will still be exclusives, but they're going to be incidental. They're going to be a result of the dev didn't have time and it wasn't worth doing the port with a support studio, for example. It's not going to be like Microsoft kept the game off PlayStation for no reason, which is why Phil talks about no red lines, you know, and that kind of thing. So, my idea behind the article was really to draw a line under it. You know, like you say, you're over it. I'm over it. And I really think the community needs to get over it, because no matter what anyone says, no matter how many YouTube videos are made, no matter how many angry tweets you send people, they are not going to change course, because it's not our 70 billion that they care about. It's the shareholders' 70 billion. So people need to sort of decide what they want to do with that. You can either stick with the platform and see what happens and where it goes. Because I think even without exclusives, there's some really exciting stuff on the way.
2025 looks insane.
It looks stacked as hell.
And then you even look like 2026 and 20. You're looking at the next 3 years, and you're like, this finally looks like what they said it was all going to be when you line up the studios they purchased from 2018 to 2019, add Bethesda and add Activision Blizzard. You have, like, I don't want, for lack of a better word, a smorgasbord.
Right? Yeah, it sure is a smorgasbord.
A plethora of game of like just games that are coming from Xbox.
Yeah.
And not only is it a lot, they all look high quality. You know,
exactly. Like the Fable footage that I shared with you, which I'm sure is going to be public probably sooner rather than later. It made the game look really fantastic. It's the kind of quality bar that people have been asking Xbox to deliver for years and years and years and years. Like, forget all the crackdowns of yesteryear. Xbox is hitting its stride now.
Crackdowns of yesterday. That's a good one. I like that.
The crackdowns of yesteryear.
But I mean, that is a good point, because
South of Midnight, all the clips they're putting up on Twitter, I've seen Clobril sharing. The game looks fantastic.
It looks great, because if you do go back to late Xbox One generation, Xbox had a problem putting out quality games. Now, I know you will probably have some console warriors listening to this who might clip it, right, as they typically do, because nobody cares about their opinions, because they're a faceless entity on social media, so they clip us because I don't know why people care about our opinions. So they actually clip people who matter, because they actually don't matter, right? And
I've never clipped anyone in my life.
I know, right? It's just kind of funny. But you look at Xbox and like what they did the end of the Xbox One generation, where their average was like 70 Metacritic game, and every game they would put out would have that yellow Metacritic, from Sea of Thieves to State of Decay 3 to, you know, Crackdown and stuff. We were all just like, what is with quality control at Microsoft? And they apologized and they said they're going to do better, and you know, we're getting. But now you look at like the recent years, and outside of like Redfall, which was a disaster, a game that probably should have been canceled before it came out. You know, a lot of the games have been received quite well, and Microsoft's average has gone up considerably. Now, some people will be like, well, Starfield wasn't Skyrim and all these other things or whatever, but when you look at, even this year, you look at the games Microsoft released, at Hellblade is like an 81. Indiana Jones is an 87 that most people think should be, a Game of the Year contender. Age of Mythology is like an 84. Um, like Aura's like in the 75, and I think maybe like the big miss is Flight Sim, which was a sequel to a game that was really highly rated. And for whatever reason, this game didn't hit the mark for people because of the poor launch, and I don't even know if you can really blame it on the poor launch. It just seems that people don't like this one as much as the one 4 years ago. So that one was kind of lower rated, but when you look at where they were and where they are now, and it's like, okay, then the improvement is noticeable. And then you look at the games that are still to come, and it's like, okay, well, like I can see the improvement in these areas. So it's like, yeah, they did what they said they do. But yeah, anyways, let's transition to some housekeeping really quickly, Jez, shall we? Because this episode is sponsored by Manscaped, yeah?
It is indeed sponsored once again by Manscaped. And we have a lovely Christmassy Manscaped ad read for you guys today. Code XB2 in the checkout over on manscaped.com. All right, fellas, the holiday season is here. And trust me, you don't want to be the guy showing up with tangled tinsel in your ornaments.
No, you don't.
No, you don't. Luckily, our friends at Manscaped have got you covered from head to, well, down the chimney with the Beard and Balls bundle. Featuring the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra and the Beard Hedger, this bundle will make sure you're a gift worth unwrapping. Get ready for those mistletoe moments and get 20% off and free shipping with code XB2 at manscaped.com. The Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra, your balls' new best friend. Cuts through the North Pole of bushes with ease. Gentle on your most delicate Christmas ornaments. 2 skin-safe blade heads for versatility, whether you're after a tidy trim or a smooth, festive finish. Light up the way with dual LED spotlights so you can see everything clearly, even in those tricky spots. Join the 11 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped to stay sharp this holiday season. Get the Beard and Balls bundle today and slay your grooming routine. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code XB2 at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping with the code XB2 at manscaped.com. Because Santa isn't the only one who needs his sack well groomed this year. Thanks to Manscaped as our sponsor. They've been with us for a long time. If you check out Manscaped, lots of cool gifts for all the family over at manscaped.com. And it helps support the show, and yeah, Manscaped's awesome. So thanks to them.
Yes.
Kevin Mitchell says, Jez can't own stock as a journalist, though, right? I don't think we have formal rules about whether or not we can own stock, but I own 0 stock in any company. I once owned some Bitcoin, which I sold to buy a phone with.
Jez also owns some Hawk 2 coins. He was a
Hawk 2 coins.
Yeah.
I was a founding member of the Hawk 2 coins. Unfortunately, that didn't work out for me very well.
Yeah.
But yeah, no stock ownership here. The only interest I've got in Xbox's success is as a customer, and also because the community that has given me so much. But there's multiple hats you can wear as a human being, right? I can be analytical and critical about Xbox. I can take a step back and think about things not as a fan's perspective, but just as a general business perspective. People can have multiple perspectives, and that's something I don't think people appreciate sometimes. If I'm saying Xbox is doing something that people don't like, that doesn't necessarily mean I agree with it. I don't necessarily agree with. I mean, I've been pretty vocal about the fact that I think they do need exclusives, but at the same time, I understand their business logic for doing it. So there's like multiple perspectives you can have about multiple things, and hopefully most of the Xbox 2 community appreciates nuance, and I think our audience generally does. It's those dumbass fanboys on Twitter which generally don't either intentionally obfuscate what's going on, or they are just dumb and they just don't really think things through in any kind of serious capacity. But that's what we're talking about. And yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
Zed says I could have been a millionaire if I held on to my Bitcoin, but
could have been.
Nah, I came in way too late. But I would have had much more if I did hold on to it. But hey, I needed a phone. My phone was broken.
I needed a phone, and not a Windows phone.
Yes, I got a nice Samsung phone. Upgraded my BlackBerry. I went from Windows Phone to BlackBerry, and then from BlackBerry to Samsung, and then never looked back.
So we also gotta mention the wonderful patrons over at patreon.com/XB2. Question and answer thread is up, so if you want to drop a question in there, we will answer at the end of the show. We should be doing an Xbox 2 Holiday Ultimate Special Monday, I believe is the day, so be on the lookout for that. And we'll get Xbox 2 plus ones again, probably the beginning of the year, early January, and then we'll go from there. We're going to try to have more guests and stuff, and Jez is going to reorganize the Patreon stuff, so make it cheaper.
Yeah, we're going to make the
kind of streamline cheaper, some of the stuff so more people can, get in on it. But we do have some shout-outs here for the Xbox 2 MVPs. We got D-Big, Fluffy Bunny, Resin Force, iMike0, Tier, Shrapnel, Inner Machine, Just James 93, Holy Dark Death, Steve Stompy, 09C Mine, James Wiseau, Trixar for Trey, Will Hernandez, Battered Haddock, Army Dude 52C, Ryan Kipple, Foreign Object, RS Donks, Randall 19, Silas, James Moore, Fantasticals, Catriox, Bright Tundra 1, Discarded Caboose, Justin Duell, Frank Mariano, PB Broking, Asa T. and Madison, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Wagerman, Achievement, The Scarecrow 121, Adam Bartolo, Darren Torpy, Prof. JJJ, and Wolfgang KPZ. Thank you guys so much for your continued support. Since we've been doing this, I forget even when we launched this and how long ago it's been, and then the continued support going into 2025.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, Jez, because you missed the last show.
I did.
So I wanted to kind of get your take on anything that stood out to you at the Video Game Awards, whether it's the show itself or any of the reveal trailers, because the common sentiment is that Jeff cooked this year.
Yeah, I mean, I heard I did have. I know you were trolling me for saying that I didn't have the show until the last minute, but I did have pretty significant amount of what was going to be there beforehand. I just didn't want to, drop the spoilers, I guess. But also I was very busy. But as you can, if you read my predictions piece, it was pretty,
So what stood out to you? What was the thing that made you happy the most? I guess
the things that I didn't know was a lot of the third-party stuff. Now, I think it was actually you who told me it might be Elden Ring DLC at the show.
Yes.
Although, you or the source misinterpreted that it was DLC, because obviously, if you look at Elden Ring Night Rain, from a title perspective, you probably would think it's DLC. But it's like an expand-alone kind of roguelike co-op kind of thing.
Does that excite you as someone who
loved
Elden Ring and spent a lot of time in Shadow of the Erdtree, playing a co-op roguelite experience with a trio? Is that something that you really can't wait to knuckle down into?
No. I have to admit, right, and as much as I loved Elden Ring and it's easily my game of the year for this year,
did it win Game of the Year at the Windows Central Awards?
No, because we have a dedicated category for such things.
Okay.
But it was my personal Game of the Year. But I I I didn't like the look of this. I don't really. I just don't fancy it, right? But
You
at the
just
same
don't.
time,
Okay.
I don't fancy it. I don't fancy it. You know, just sort of like whacking random Dark Souls 3 bosses in there and, you know, calling the game. But at the same time, I kind of like the fact they're experimenting. So I'm kind of going to wait and see on that. The things that did excite me was, and I think maybe this is partially my own fault because like I did know the Outworlds 2 was going to be there, and I did kind of hint that in my predictions piece. So like I wasn't surprised about that being there. So some of the things that I was surprised about kind of had more impact for me. So I had no clue Onimusha was going to be there.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that was like I was stunned at that. So Onimusha's really up there.
Dude,
And
and the
you know me and Capcom.
Capcom said that they want to that they're looking to like bring back more of their older games.
Yep.
Which
Yeah, they've been saying that for a while.
well, I mean now that they've brought back Okami, right? And Onimusha, I always say the name of the game wrong. So it's like
Onimusha.
it's like what's left,
right?
right? And it's like one, I never thought we'd see Onimusha come back. And now that it is, it's like, okay, well, what about Dino Crisis? Can we get Dino Crisis? Is that actually it? You know, like considering they're actually going to look to bring older properties back, I feel like that one has to come now. If you're doing on a new, that
Onimusha.
game, I just can't say that word for whatever reason. You're doing Okami with Kamiya, right? Who's back to blocking
studio.
everybody on his path. I feel like the Dino Crisis fans have to get their game at some point.
I think like I think Dino Crisis is a shoe in. It's gonna happen eventually. Like Akami as well. Like I haven't played the original Akami, but
Either did I.
I got family who absolutely like that's a nostalgia game for them, so they were like over the moon about this. But that's a game you just would have never expected to have come back, you know? Like so Dino Crisis is the one people constantly ask for. And I kind of feel like what they're doing with that is they're probably waiting until the Resident Evil team is truly free, and they want to.
Resident Evil team will never truly be free though, because they're doing Resident Evil 9, and then the rumor is that they're doing Resident Evil Code Veronica or something. And
I hope so.
We sort of feel like they are going to remake Resident Evil 5 at some point.
They're going to run out of games to remake.
Well, no, because then they're going to go back to do the first game, the remake Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil 0.
They can do those, and
then by that time you could probably redo Resident Evil 6, and then be on Resident Evil 10. Like they're never not going to be doing Resident Evil games. Is my point. There's always going to be a Resident Evil game to redo. Which, to be fair, Resident Evil is a much bigger franchise than Dino Crisis.
Yeah,
so
but
even
that's the thing though. Like if it's I suppose my point is it's more complicated potentially to redo Dino Crisis because it would have to. Like the Dino Crisis 1 was basically Resident Evil reskinned with dinosaurs, right?
You know, Amnesia was essentially Resident Evil.
Well,
Resident Evil with swords, right?
Yeah,
I mean, those games are all just basically Resident Evil, but but dinosaurs, Resident Evil but swords. So
yes, my point is though, like if they wanted to give it some true differentiation, they'd have to give it a lot more thought, a lot more budget, a lot more creativity. It can't. Otherwise, it could end up being shallow, kind of like the Resident Evil 3 remake was, which I really feel like the Resident Evil 3 remake did not do the game justice. It didn't reach the heights of Resident Evil 2 remake or Resident Evil 1 remake, which added like a bunch of new elements. Like we actually lost elements in Resident Evil 3 remake, which is like that's an outlier for their efforts, I think.
Mm-hmm,
so I think they want to avoid that scenario again, where they maybe they stretch themselves too thin. Maybe there's too much stuff going on. Maybe like, they just kind of rushed it out in between games or whatever. But that was kind of a blip. And I think like if they were doing Dino Crisis to reintroduce the franchise, but also modernize it for a new era, it kind of has to be. It has to be more than the original, while also paying homage to the original. So maybe that's more complicated for them to pull off. Maybe that's why it's taking so long, because they really want to. They want to go beyond people's expectations with that. But I don't know. I think it will happen eventually. I think it will. So that was like the Capcom stuff was probably the hypest thing for me. And then just kind of seeing how, I don't know, he raised the profile of the show. I kind of feel like Kiryu did. Because there was tons of criticism about the way the show flowed last year, and I kind of feel like he took that on board pretty well. It wasn't perfect, but nothing is, I suppose.
He didn't really change anything about the flow of the show. They still gave away all the awards in like a speed section, like where they would give away 5 awards and 5
there wasn't
minutes.
There wasn't many low points, I think, is what it was. Like there was always something quite interesting to look at. Maybe. Well, maybe it's just a matter of content. Maybe, I don't know.
The thing is, how people perceive the Game Awards is always going to be tied to the quality of the reveals.
Yeah.
And since the quality of the reveals were pretty good, everybody, for the most part, when I say everybody, obviously I don't mean everybody, because there are going to be people out there that didn't care for it. But for the most part, people are like, yeah, he did really great this year. And you did notice that there wasn't a single Nintendo game. So what does that say? You can have an amazing Game Awards without
Nintendo in it?
No, an amazing Game Awards, but no Nintendo. I mean,
that was a bit like what it sounded like.
It speaks for itself. Nintendo not needed. If Donataku's listening to this part, right? So
yeah,
I guess.
But
those
were the highlights for me. I mean, I knew The Witcher 3 was being there.
Witcher 4,
sorry.
Yes.
The controversy around that's been ridiculous, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what's funny is like if they had announced Witcher 4 after Witcher 3. So, like, Witcher 3 came out, 2015? Let's just say they announced Witcher 4 in 2018. Like, it was their next game or whatever, instead of Cyberpunk.
Mm.
And Ciri was the main character. Like, it was kind of set up to be at the end of Witcher 3 or whatever. You wouldn't have any of this discussion about, Ciri's right?
Ciri.
Like, none of that really started
until
a couple years ago. It just would have been, oh, yeah, this makes sense, considering how that, the DLCs ended and what the story is. Like, yes, Ciri is going to be the main character. Now people are like throwing fits about it because
Rifting.
They don't like female, main characters, or because, and it's always funny when it was like she looks ugly, and then they have a side by side of a fan thing where like she's wearing all this sort of makeup, AI upscaled, and it's just like, what are we doing? And I guess that's part of the gaming discourse now that I absolutely despise, is anytime there's a new reveal of a game or something about a game that comes out, you just have these people come out and be like, well, this or that, and it's I can't do it. I hate it. I don't like it.
No, I hate it too.
Like the other game that's getting a lot of stuff is Naughty Dog's new game, Intergalactic.
Oh yeah,
with the discourse about how that character looks and all that stuff, and like me, I watched that trailer, and I'm more excited about the possibilities of Naughty Dog making a science fiction world.
I immediately thought of Ellen Ripley.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's the Alien 3 stuff, but I'm thinking about like, oh, dude, we like Naughty Dog and what they've done previously, like science fiction, sci-fi world done by AAA gaming. Naughty Dog is at one of the masters of it, right? Because like one of my favorite franchises in gaming period is Mass Effect, and we don't really get a lot of super high quality AAA games in the science fiction realm, and that's always like a realm that has interested me. Like I don't know if you've seen that trailer that just came out from Archetype Entertainment, the ones that are doing the game called Exodus. That kind of has a lot of ex-Bungie people, BioWare people, and it looks a lot like Mass Effect. You know what I'm talking about? They released a trailer recently.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, I know what you mean.
I'm interested in it simply because of the setting. Like, not only does it have the callbacks to Mass Effect, but that whole science fiction setting just does wonders for my imagination. And I'm just like, oh man, look at all the cool things you can do in this, because it's all just, your limits is your creativity, because you're not really bound by anything. You can make anything. It's the future. However far into the future you can create stuff. You're not bound by, well, we're set in the real world, so we can only really do this. It's like, no, it's like you could do whatever you can imagine. So when I see Naughty Dog doing that, I'm like, oh man, this is incredible. I can't wait. But then the discussion about the game isn't like about the possibilities of what it could be and the cool things you might see and all that sort of stuff. It's just really centered around how the character looks. And I'm like, oh my god, I can't do this. Like, I just and it's like the same thing with The Witcher. It's like, it's
dude, like, if it was me, right? And there's a lot of games I'm not interested in. Like, I'm not interested in Infinity Nikki or whatever it's called, for example.
Yeah.
I don't bitch
really?
and moan
I think
about
you
it
would,
on
because
socials.
Don't you love dressing up? I mean, I thought that game would be right for you. Taking pictures, dressing up. That sounds like right up your alley. What do you mean?
I like dressing up my goblin in World of Warcraft, but the point being that there's a lot of games that I'm not interested in, or like EA, for example, football or whatever. I don't bitch and moan about games that clearly aren't for me or aren't designed to appeal to me. I don't make fucking crying essays on YouTube about it. I just move on with my life, bro. When it's something that don't appeal to me, gaming wise, a game, I just move on. I don't give a shit. It's just not for me. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Not every game has to be for me. Not that I'm saying those games aren't for me, but point being that I don't know why, if people are truly offended about this or think a character's ugly and shit, why make it, why let it ruin their day? Just shrug your shoulders and move on. Like,
because there's money to be made, bro. You don't understand. That's the whole thing.
Money.
You can monetize it. You can take those people's outrage and hatred, and you can monetize it, and you can become rich, and you can become a celebrity on YouTube. That's the whole point. Is you can take people's anger and turn it into cash. As Eric Bischoff, creator of WCW and NWO, said, what's his book? Controversy Creates Cash.
Yeah, right.
That's maybe that's what we need to do here more at Xbox 2. Is we need to create more controversy. Yeah.
I've got enough controversy, bro.
We need to create more controversy.
No, we don't need more. Please, no. But yeah, it is what it is. People can bitch and moan about whatever they want. It's a free country, right? Well,
sure.
Free internet.
I did see YouTube is looking to crack down on clickbait.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I guess they're kind of rolling that out in India first, I guess.
How's that gonna work?
I don't know how it's gonna work. They probably won't get it right, and it probably won't be what people. What exactly is clickbait? If somebody has in their title like "so and so exposed" or whatever, is that clickbait?
Exposed.
Like what are the definitions of clickbait? How are you actually going to police that or whatever?
Yeah, it's all this stuff's so subjective, and I think like when the internet was first born, not to get like metaphysical, but when the internet was first born,
when Al Gore first made the internet,
yeah, series of tubes, right?
Yeah.
When they first made the internet, like people still had a sense of morality about this kind of stuff, but as time went by, people realized they could get away with anything on the internet.
Dude, Kojima predicted this in Metal Gear Solid 2. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
if you go back and watch those codec calls of the general and the girl, the AI stuff, like it's just like, how did he know? He is a visionary.
He really is. You know, it is spooky some of the shit in that game, um, but you know, as time went on, people, you know, realized that they could pretty much just say anything they wanted, and they would eventually find their audience. I think I remember watching a show about it like years ago, um, and someone was talking about how they found a community. Like, this is back when the internet was really young, and we had like GeoCities sites. Do you remember that? Yahoo GeoCities and stuff.
I mean, I
And they were talking
remember
about
them, but
how
yeah, go ahead.
they found like a community of people who were making homemade mouse droid robots from Star Wars, you know. And it was like the example. It was just like an example of like such a niche thing that you could still find a community around. And I like, you say anything and broadcast it loudly enough, you will find enough people to agree with you that you can basically get away with it. And people who exploit that, you know, that complete lack of integrity, you know, not naming names, Dreamcast guy, um, then they realize that they can just grift their way into like tons and tons of money just by lying about what their beliefs are. And it's sick and it's sad, and but there's no way to crack down on it, because how do you prove that someone's falsifying their position, or grifting as it's called? You can't prove it, you know. This is the society's just cooked, you know, and we just sort of have to be along for the ride, baby, and watch it all fall apart, you know. That's what gaming's for, so we can watch it fall apart while also having a bit of fun on the side, right?
Yeah, I
Is that not what
suppose.
gaming's all about?
Yeah, I suppose. We have a super chat here from Supernova for $10. He says, "I know some won't like this, but changing consumer habits from $70 USD to support developers to a symbolic subscription price is a mistake if you want high quality games with high financial returns."
I mean, there's a lot of interesting questions about the impacts Game Pass has potentially had on Microsoft's models. I would hazard that Microsoft would probably not ever share any of the negative aspects of what they've done with Game Pass. And we may never know the full extent of the damage that Game Pass has potentially or not potentially done to some of those business models. But I would say so far, there's not a ton of evidence to suggest that it has negatively impacted the quality of the games.
Yeah, I mean, it's like,
Black Ops 6 being evident, you know,
I mean, I
and
mentioned
obviously,
before
sorry,
how,
go on.
well, I mentioned earlier how Microsoft had a quality control problem at the Xbox One generation, and
Yeah.
that's where a lot of that originally started. It's like, here's Game Pass, and Microsoft's like, "Oh, we're gonna put our own first party games in the Game Pass," and people were like, "Really? That's amazing!" And then I think Sea of Thieves was the first one, and it did not review well. It was like a
No, it didn't.
65, and then it was like State of Decay 3 or 2 was the second one, and that one did not review well. Uh, and it was like, well, wait a minute, are you only doing this because your games are shit and you can't sell them like you normally would? Is that the reason? Because you're putting out these games that are awful. Is that what this whole play is? And then, like, yeah, you'd have the outliers or the ones that were really well, like Gears 5, for example. I think it was like an 83. You had Forza Horizon 4, which it was in the 90s. So it's like you definitely have those quality games in there. And you can look at, like, did being on Game Pass impact the quality of Forza Horizon? It hasn't. At least, not from 4 or 5. It's still one of the highest played games out there, and it's still incredibly, like, highly rated. So it doesn't really seem like being on Game Pass has affected the quality of that franchise whatsoever.
I mean,
And
we're coming up on a time where Xbox is going to have higher quality, more consistency than ever. So I would say that so far the evidence is not that Game Pass has led to a degrading of quality. personally, especially like given that how Fable looks and how South of Midnight looks. Those games look
or how like
damn
Doom
good.
looks.
Or how Doom looks,
Well,
yeah,
then
and that's going straight
I
into
guess
Game
you could
Pass.
argue, well, Doom's also going to be selling for full price on PlayStation, but at the same, I mean,
Well,
it's
hey,
the same thing that
that's
Call
the
of Duty's
strategy,
doing.
bro.
It's the same thing Call of Duty's doing, where it's
uh,
like yeah.
Jez keeps cutting out. He says, "Am I cutting out
I mean, not
on your end?"
no, I hear you.
Hmm. I don't know, but we'll keep an eye on the audio. People said there's audio issues, but
Oh, what type of audio issues?
it says I cut out.
Hmm. Are you cutting out now? Is Jez cutting out for people now?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Am I cutting out or am I not cutting out? Yeah, I don't know. Sounds good on my end. So yeah, let's continue anyway. So what were we saying? We're talking about how
Game Pass.
Game Pass, yeah. I don't think Game Pass has led to a decrease in quality, but I suppose like with regards to the 2025 games, they could all be terrible, just because a game looks good in a few clips like South of Midnight or whatever does not necessarily mean it's going to launch great. Maybe it'll be buggy as hell, maybe it'll be 3 hours long. I don't know. But so far I'm pretty confident Game Pass isn't to blame. But there's also the point that you made that they're putting these games at full price on PlayStation, and maybe that's to help fund us getting them for quote unquote free. I mean, I'm happy for PlayStation to fund that personally. I just wonder if that won't actually just lead to Xbox hardware going away, which is where a lot of the fear comes in. Can we have our cake and eat it, Rand? That's the question here. Is Game Pass too much of a good thing? I don't know.
Yeah. No, I would love to see like a deep dive into all of Microsoft's data on Game Pass and what it did to consumer habits and what it's done for developers or what it maybe has made worse for developers. Those would be very interesting statistics to look at. Because I certainly don't see. I think wasn't the fear that people had was that Microsoft's first party studios would just make free to play like stuff on Game Pass or something.
Yeah,
and
I mean, there was so many of those fears about Game Pass, like destroying the game industry. Like, do you remember all that shit? Like, oh, it's a race to the bottom. It's going to become Spotify. All that shit just seems ridiculous now as we head into the current year. It's like, okay, well, Game Pass seems to have hit its growth cap on console, and it doesn't seem to have negatively affected devs. It doesn't seem to have negatively affected the quality of the games, and it doesn't seem to have pulled significant spending away from full price games, at least not on other platforms. In fact, there's evidence to suggest that the virality from the ease of access actually promotes sales, at least for multiplayer games. So, I don't know. A lot of those doom and gloom scenarios from like GameIndustry.biz of yesteryear and people, clutching their pearls over what might happen, none of that came to pass, but we don't know what the future will hold. It could be that in the end, what gets sacrificed is Xbox hardware, which is the current thing. I saw there was a whole fucking article in what was that website called now? I think it was VGC who posted it. Some analyst said that next gen there'll only be room for one high-end console, which I just thought was
like one other console other than Nintendo. Yeah.
Yeah, or the very, very specific,
and that it was
very
either,
specific prediction.
Yeah, Microsoft. It was like Microsoft or PlayStation would really struggle or whatever, depending on release dates and prices and things of that nature. So
yeah, and I just think that's ridiculous because I think people are playing more games on more devices, more types of devices than ever, and I think Xbox is well positioned to live in that universe.
Well, there's always some doom and gloom that comes with. I mean, I remember articles years ago that were like the console industry's dying to mobile. This was like right around the time the 360 was out. It was like there's gonna be no more consoles after this. And then I still remember even the articles back in the day about how PC gaming's dead. And look at PC gaming now. It's essentially thriving, and you could say it's
growing faster than console.
Bigger than console. You know, Steam definitely has, I think, more monthly active users than PlayStation does. So there's always some analyst somewhere that will always come out with something like this. I mean, you know, like you could look at Xbox's hardware right now, and you could be like, yeah, maybe it's not going to do good next generation. So I'll just say what they said, and you're probably right. I still think we are going to get a next generation console from Xbox.
Of course we are.
You know, will we get another console from them? I don't know. The generation after that? That one is probably more 50-50 at this point.
I don't think so.
Because at some point I do feel like
I'm bullish.
Yeah. I mean, but even at that point, you're probably looking at 2034, 2033.
The industry is going to look very different by then, but there will still be first-party hardware, even after next gen.
Yeah, so it's just, you know, will it sell what, you know, the Xbox 360 did? No. I don't think Xbox will ever get to those numbers again. Will it even sell what Xbox One did? Probably not. No. Microsoft is probably really going to only focus on the countries that are currently good for them, which is basically like United States, UK, you know, maybe some portions of Mexico and South America like Brazil. But I mean, as of like now, like they're pretty much a footnote in places like Germany and most of Europe. So you could imagine Microsoft, you know, when they make hardware for the future, is probably going to be focused on those countries and not like, you know, like continental Europe and places where it doesn't sell now. So, you know, how will that all be perceived? Only time will tell. But I do feel like we'll have 3 consoles for next gen for sure, like the PS6 and whatever they call the next Xbox versus the Switch 2. And then, you know, after that you'll have probably another round of hardware, and then who knows where you're at that point in time. You know, we could be playing games on our TVs. Maybe then, like, natively there'll be, you know, smart TVs in the future will just be able to run that stuff. Or maybe cloud gaming is so ubiquitous at that point that there's no need for a dedicated device anymore. Or maybe there is a dedicated device, but it just runs everything. Yeah. And the whole, like, one console thing is a reality, you know?
No. Well, this is exactly why Microsoft's buying up content. Because the hardware will eventually become incidental. And I think Xbox will keep making hardware right up until like the last minute. But I don't think they'll get out of the industry because they lost to PlayStation. I think they'll get out of the industry because the industry fundamentally changes and we end up with games running fully on an MPU with AI doing the entire rendering pipeline or something like that. There's going to be a huge amount of upheaval over the next 10 years. The industry is going to look completely different, and you know, generative AI has a role to play, not in creating the assets for games necessarily, but actually like producing the rendering engine for games, super resolution, and running games that look better on lower end hardware. So like more games in more places, which is ultimately like why Microsoft's doing this is Xbox marketing trend campaign, because that's the way it probably is going. The problem is Microsoft is just like, again, putting the cart before the horse in trying to tell people this now, because they could end up hollowing out their business before that reality becomes a reality. So I think Microsoft predictions are accurate. It's just whether or not you actually need to say the quiet part out loud or just let it happen as a natural flow, you know? Like in 2012 when they did the Xbox One and they were like, look, this system's always online because that's the way things are going. Digital, everyone's going to be digital. All consoles are going to be online all the time. And then you had articles and websites talking about like, oh, how will people play Xbox on the submarine and stuff like that, you know? And it's just like,
that
it's
was
like,
I think that
bro,
was a
the submarine
question.
will have what?
Was that a question Jeff
Submarine will have
Keighley
Wi-Fi.
asked Don Matrick or whatever? And Don Matrick,
I
that's where we got the quote. We got a console for you. It's called the Xbox 360, I believe.
Yeah, but all those questions seem ridiculous in current year, and I think a lot of these questions about like, is Xbox going to quit hardware or not? They'll seem quaint in 10 years. They'll seem quaint because of like the way the industry's evolved. You know, here's what I think about what Xbox's hardware future looks like.
Okay.
I think it's going to be more Windows than ever. It's going to be more PC than ever, and that's going to future-proof everything we have. I think the licensing model for the next Xbox system will be like Xbox Game Pass as standard. And I'm going to make an even bolder prediction now. I think they lose the paywall for multiplayer. I think the paywall for multiplayer goes away for next gen only as a way to incentivize people to upgrade, because the next system is more like Windows, and the dev environment for native next gen games will be like Windows as well. I think the next gen system will have full backwards compatibility as well, through a variety of layers making that happen. And again, these are just predictions, so just take that what you will.
Are they?
Are they though? Are they though? Nah, they are just predictions, so take it for what you will. And I think, like, you know, and yeah, while you raise says Windows is terrible, Steam wins in that scenario. Well, that's the kicker. I think it will be more Windows-like, but it will have a huge amount of customization to make it a seamless experience. Like, you won't be opening the control panel on your Xbox or the device manager or doing any of that stuff. It will still feel like a native Xbox, right? It's just the sort of the back end underlying stuff. The dev environment is going to be Windows native. So like the devs will be able to like make a PC game, make a Windows game, make a Steam package, and they'll just be able to upload that package straight onto Xbox and, you know, have that install base ready to go, you know. So it's going to be more like Steam OS, I guess, in that regard. And one thing we are going to see, and this again, just my prediction, one thing we're going to see at CES, which was confirmed today by The Verge, is Steam is going to be coming out with Lenovo to basically announce the first third-party Steam Deck, right?
Okay.
And that's kind of like where Xbox is going.
Is that the event that Jason Ronald, the VP of Next Generation, is going to be at?
The VP of Next Gen, Jason Ronald, is also going to be at that event. And I think what they're going to talk about there is essentially, again, bringing Xbox into a sort of a universe where other companies can make Xboxes. Because, Rand, you mentioned Xbox is nowhere to be found in Germany. They're nowhere to be found in the Middle East. They're nowhere to be found in various markets. Because Microsoft historically doesn't have a good retail pipeline. They don't know how to talk to retailers. They never have. And they don't know how to build things for different local markets and all that kind of stuff. But what if you could partner with a company that does understand the local market? What if in Korea, for example, you could partner with Samsung, and Samsung could build their own Xbox branding, but it's like Xbox from Samsung or whatever. Okay. They understand the local market. They have a vested interest in that, selling that hardware and making it a success. They do all the marketing for it. And then Xbox grows its developer footprint and all that kind of stuff, benefiting us in the core markets of UK and USA, while Xbox gets Samsung, Asus, whoever else to do some of the heavy lifting on that stuff. Again, just my prediction. But I think that's where Xbox hardware will go. I think in the future, you're not going to have less Xboxes. I think you're going to have more Xboxes than ever. And not just like, you know, this is an Xbox, cloud or whatever. I think I'm talking native Xbox consoles that give developers the reassurance that this is a system worth developing for. This is a market worth bringing games to. This is a platform that we should partner with. And Microsoft owning Call of Duty and all those kind of games really anchors Microsoft in being able to, you know, swing their balls around a little bit, you know, metaphorically speaking.
Are they trimmed by Manscaped? Does Microsoft
use trimmed by Manscaped
to trim their balls? Code XB2?
Yep. Yep.
Code
and A2 in chat says, I need that MSI Xbox. You know, so that's exactly it. There'll be companies who build Xboxes. This is, you know, my belief at least. And that's going to be like what Steam's going to be doing, and that's going to be what Xbox is doing, and it's going to be like Steam OS versus Windows, and then Sony be doing their thing over there, and Nintendo be doing their thing over there as well, and it'll be great, and it'll be fine, it'll be grand, and we'll have Open systems will have Game Pass still. We won't have to pay for Call of Duty and all that kind of stuff. Can they pull it off? Remains to be seen. Is it even true? Am I just smoking crack? Remains to be seen, Rand. But I think there'll be more Xboxes, not less. So that analyst is going to be eating some crow, or probably not, because everyone will forget that he said it next week.
Of course, of course. We got Grandman with the 2. It says Destin says the Xbox handheld will be at CES 2025.
I would be shocked if that's the case.
I'd be pretty shocked too.
But maybe they could show some prototypes.
They could. They could show it off.
They showed off the Xbox Cloud Console Hobart or whatever in a background stream one time.
I mean, maybe
they could show some prototypes, maybe, but
yeah,
surely it's too early.
Talk about the idea of handheld and maybe what it means for the future of their gaming stuff, and then show off some I just couldn't imagine whatever they're. I don't know. I guess you could always say, well, Phil said this, and then be like, well, Phil says lots of stuff. But I mean, he literally did say that they were a few years away, right?
Yeah.
And we even know that PlayStation is early on in development of a handheld. That's not coming out anytime soon. So if the Xbox handheld is showing up at the CES, I mean, that would imply. I think that would imply that it's, releasing sooner rather than later. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I honestly think like you'll eventually see Samsung TVs that come with the Xbox hardware built in. There'll be Xbox hardware literally built into the TV that'll run games natively, not just cloud. Every barrier to entry that the issue that the whole console industry has right now is getting new users. And how do you get new users? You have to eliminate those barriers to entry. So Xbox made the Series S, make it cheaper. They made cloud, remove the console altogether, bring the games to PC, get people where they are, And then with Samsung, it's like you put the Xbox straight into the TV. Okay, well, cloud doesn't work for everyone. Okay, well, we'll put the whole fucking Xbox in the TV then. How about that? Boom, job done. Samsung can do the marketing and career and, other. Well, dude, hell, I see fucking Samsung Xbox marketing all the time. I see MetaQuest marketing Xbox all the time. I saw PCSpecialist.co.uk marketing Xbox on Reddit the other day. I see Xbox marketing everywhere. It's just, not for the
speaking
console.
of Xbox marketing, we got to talk about Deadly Headley, right?
We sure do. Deadly Headley had a great video, went viral.
To talk about Xbox's This Is an Xbox ad in lieu of all these things going on with stuff that talks about, hey, this is, this is this is an Xbox. Clearly an ad designed.
Is this podcast an Xbox?
Yeah, right. Designed to reach people that aren't console users, and or someone just like, oh, I have a phone, I have a laptop, I can play Xbox. Like, that's interesting. And then I saw today or yesterday was it, that they released a new ad that specifically focuses on the core with consoles and stuff. So they're running multiple ads at multiple times. Yeah, but what did you think? That the video that he put out, I thought it was pretty well done. It was well edited first and foremost, but it really genuinely made me consider the other perspective. Like, yeah,
and it kind of clicked for me because of something in publishing called the curiosity gap, which is like, I don't know if you know that as a YouTuber or whatever, but when you're sort of creating content, like, one thing you want to do in the intro is sort of create what they call a curiosity gap, so people keep watching.
Yeah.
And
Call
sometimes
to
when I'm
actions
watching,
and all those things. Yeah,
call to action. But the guy, I was watching a horror YouTuber yesterday, and he was talking about like, oh, these are 3 mysteries, and you won't believe the third one. and it's like, okay, well, I've got to watch the first and second one to get to the third
Yep.
one. That's the curiosity.
That's how they do that, bro.
And with the Xbox, this is an Xbox campaign. Like, they don't really explain in the ads how my Samsung phone is an Xbox, right? They don't really explain it. So kind of like, if I am someone who is interested in what that means, I'll have to go and do my research. And I suppose that's really the play there. See, because my original thought was like, this is dumb. Like, it doesn't explain anything. And then Deadly Headley explained, like, well, that's kind of the point. It's to force people to go and do the research, because it is a complicated topic to explain in the gap of an advert. It's one thing to explain in an article, and maybe hell, they'll land on my article. Maybe I should even write that article. This is an Xbox. What the fuck does that mean? How is my Samsung phone an Xbox? And literally write the article for the normies who are seeing all these ads and not understanding what the fuck they mean.
Yeah, you should get on it. Maybe you get on singing that again.
Yeah, I agree. And the OSINT PI says, thanks, Rand Jez. Good podcast. Well, thank you, sir. But there's Deadly Head's video is great. Go and check it out if you haven't seen it yet. And I think that's definitely a cool niche for Deadly Headley, analyzing game industry ads and marketing and stuff. Because there's definitely been some interesting, quirky ads over the years.
Well, the ad itself is very. This is where emotions come into play, and that's, I think, also how you see the strong reaction that people have towards that ad in particular, but also towards Satya's comments about the ad itself and about the idea of, like, we're redefining what it means to be a fan. And as an Xbox fan, you could hear that and you're like, the fuck? Who are you to redefine what it means to be a fan? You know what I mean? Like you get,
I felt like that.
All arrogant and pompous. It's like, who are you? Who are you who doesn't even know what an Xbox is, Satya, to tell me to redefine what I am, right?
Who are you? Shut down my fucking phone platform.
Yeah, it's like, who are you, Satya? That's where, you get a lot of emotions dragged into this. So, like the core, the ones who have been with Xbox for years and years and years and years, we've always been the one. Microsoft has always bent down, knelt down to our demands. The things that they've built were always for us, outside of times where maybe they did a Kinect and it wasn't necessarily for us, but some people liked them, some people didn't, but it was still like, this is for you, essentially, because who else is really going to buy all that stuff, right? Everything these companies have done since we have been ushered into the industry with the NES was literally made for us, right? And over the years and years and years, it's marketed towards us. Mm-hmm. Consistently and constantly. It's about me. It's about me. Me. My needs have to be met. And finally, you get this ad, and Xbox doing things that are targeting
spooky.
A different user.
Oh.
Right?
I like spooky.
Well, spooky, but like they're targeting a different user that's not you.
Not me.
And that makes people afraid. Makes people upset.
I'm afraid, bro. I'm upset, bro.
And it makes people lash out, because people will go and they'll say, I've invested 20 years of my life.
Investing my money.
20 years of my money. 20 years of my support. I have supported you for X amount of time. You need to do what I say. I need to be number one in your priority list.
I've endured the mean tweets.
Yes. I've endured the mean memes. I've
endured Dreamcast guy taking me out of context for fucking clicks.
Yes. I've waved the flag for you on Twitter and social media. I've fought battles for you.
I was there for Tim Dog's heel turn.
Yes.
And you're abandoning us now in our hour of need?
And now it seems like...
How could you do this?
Now it seems like that company that you've invested so much of yourself into, and your time, and your energy, and your money into, seems like they don't want you anymore. They've turned their back on you. So people get incredibly emotional about that.
I'm emotional, bro.
That's what we're seeing. It's like, what do you mean you're not going to have any exclusives anymore, according to Jez Corden? What do you mean that this ad that's playing is for normies about their phones and their, What do you mean?
What do you mean?
You're redefining what it means to be an Xbox fan. And this is where we end up.
On a podcast.
On a podcast talking about Xbox. Talking about people's feelings. Because they're no longer the demographic.
They're not special anymore.
And they're no longer special. It's sort of also how some PlayStation fans feel when PlayStation starts bringing their stuff to PC. No! But the console's supposed to... It's no longer special. That means I'm no longer special. If the console isn't special, and that means I'm not special. Dude. How am I supposed to go about my life if I'm not special? Do
you remember that one article? I can't remember what website it was, but they were like, Xbox is robbing us of the next gen threat.
Yeah.
What was that about?
That was during the launch when Microsoft said that, hey, we're not going to have any we're not going to have any Series X exclusives. And they were like, they're robbing us of the thrill of next generation. And PlayStation at the time,
that was the worst article ever.
And PlayStation was doing
we're
the
saying
whole...
we believe in generations.
Yes.
And until they didn't.
Until everything was cross-gen. So...
Yeah. Great. Yeah, I mean that's the thing about Xbox. They say the quiet part out loud. They say that Sony's like, oh yeah, we believe in generations like that. But Xbox was like out here from day one saying, nah, you don't need to buy an Xbox Series X. We're still going to bring all our games for Xbox One for like at least the foreseeable. And it's like Microsoft was telling people from the outset there was no exclusive for Series X. And but Sony's like, oh no, we believe in exclusives. Well, with the fingers crossed behind their back. I don't think Microsoft gets enough credit for their transparency sometimes. They get sort of like, they're sort of honest about the situation to the point where it's like, oh, well, this is no longer the reality. And it makes them look dishonest then. Where if they just sort of did the PR poker face to every single question, people would probably like, have more faith in what they say. Sometimes saying nothing is better.
Yeah, sometimes it is.
But that's why Phil gets caught in like so much double speak, because it's like maybe it was 4 games during that experiment, and then it was like, oh well, actually, it was it was incumbent on whether or not it would damage the console install base, and then it didn't, and now it looks like it was double speak. And essentially it was doublespeak. So that's why I'm like out here saying, don't expect games to be exclusive anymore. They're literally telling you, no red lines, case by case basis. Oh, by the way, Outer Worlds is coming to PlayStation. Like, there's no reason to think any other game wouldn't be also coming to PlayStation at this point.
Well, I mean, I guess I need to ask the question to you because you've been quoted in many of articles from VGC to elsewhere about this whole situation, about the idea of like no more exclusives. And I think I've always said I thought it was going to be mostly all of them, if not all of them, would be multi-platform to a certain extent, whether it was day one like Doom or timed like Sea of Thieves or what have you. I mean, we haven't even really gotten into what 2025 is going to bring, right? Because we're not there yet, but it's like, okay, is Microsoft going to port Hellblade 2? We know that Indiana Jones is timed, but then you look at the games that are already announced for 2025, and it's like, what are their plans with Avowed? I mean, out of all the studios right now, Obsidian seems to be the one that mostly is very keen about being multi-platform, considering Pentiment and Grounded are already on PlayStation, and now Outer Worlds 2 is on PlayStation day one. What does that say for Avowed, right?
It's coming.
What's the time frame there? And then South of Midnight and Fable and whatever else is coming. Like what is how are they going to go about this? And what about even some of the other games that you have, like the Forza Horizon 5s, State of Decay 2s? What about Halo Master Chief Collection? You know?
There's just like exactly like I'm pretty sure the Master Chief Collection is coming to PlayStation, for example. I know that's something they were looking at even at the start of this 4 games thing.
Well, I mean, they were looking at that like even during the Xbox One generation.
Well,
they've always kind of looked at that, like it you know, they didn't pull the trigger, but it was something that they've looked at before. I guess the question I wanted to ask you
I just know that game was a specific candidate for a PlayStation port,
right.
And it's just I don't know what the sort of the outcome of that sort of thought process was, because there is this whole thing where a lot of us talk about this is like, should there be games which are a red line? And I think Phil saying no red lines was specifically using that language. Is him saying you can expect Halo to be on PlayStation, you can expect Forza to be on PlayStation. You know, so I don't think you really shouldn't paint yourself into a corner thinking they would never do that.
Right.
Phil's literally telling you that they are gonna do that. You know.
So the question I wanted to ask you, because what I'm saying is just based on my opinion. Like, I don't know. It's just what I think might happen. When you said that on Twitter and you made everyone mad, is that opinion based, or is that stuff you know that's happening?
It's informed speculation.
So
I don't know what their exact roadmap is, but I know from the language used by sources that I speak to that exclusives are going to be an exception. They're going to be the exception, you know. When they're talking about case by case basis, it's going to be the case to keep a game exclusive is going to be a catalog of incidentals, like the dev didn't have time, they didn't have the resources, we didn't have a support studio, some kind of incidental reason why it hasn't been ported. It's not going to be a result of it's not going to be a result of we wanted to keep this for Xbox fans. You know? So like I said, it's going to be the exception to the rule.
Okay. Fair enough. Cuz you know, it's this weird thing with you.
I know the game's coming across.
Right, but I'm saying it's a weird thing with you because there are people that will, in one hand, in one breath, will say that you're a liar and that nothing you say should ever be believed. But then they'll also hold you up as, well, you said this, so this is happening, and you should believe them.
Yeah, like if you like what I have to say, then I'm always right. If you don't like it, then I'm always wrong. And that's what, like, the, you know, fanboy grifters, you know, like the aforementioned, you know, cock end.
So what happened between you and DCG? That
who?
Dreamcast guy, DCG.
Oh, nothing.
So, but there's got to be some reason why all of a sudden you're like, did he disparage you in one of his videos? One of his many Xboxes?
He just lied about what I said. You know, he only lies, this guy. And he does it for clicks, but it's just the example that came to my head. You know, they all do that, you know, all those people. And nobody takes them seriously, but they just use it as fodder for their, you know, their trolling, you know?
Right. No, I was just curious because anytime I talked to you before about him, you would be like, no, he's fine. And then all of a sudden now you're like, he's a cockend and he's a liar and he's a grifter.
I don't recall saying he was fine. Ever, frankly.
You know. Hey, I mean,
when have I said he's fine? I've asked
you about him before, so
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I'm just saying, like, I understand.
Definitely not.
I'm
When I first met him, like years ago, I didn't have an issue with him, but I didn't really know what he was about. You know.
okay. Fair enough.
Now I know what he's about.
He kills Xbox every week. Xbox is dying every other day almost. You know, it's a dead platform that's irrelevant. But let me make the 30th video in 2 months about how it's dying. Like, okay, fair enough.
Well, it's at the end of the day, he's just getting a bag. You know, he's doing what he can with the skills he has to make money, and I don't disparage anyone doing that. You know, if people, you know, if that's the way people have to make money, then you know you got to do what you got to do. It's not like you know, it's not like it's an awful thing for society that he's doing. It's just bullshit clickbait about video games at the end of the day. It's not that big of a deal. It was just the point of bringing up people like that is just to sort of illustrate how gaming discourse is completely lacking nuance for huge swathes of the audience when you just can't have a multipolar discussion with nuance and being able to like see the perspectives from multiple angles. It's got to be this way and no other way. It can't be anything else. It's got to be Phil's a liar. It's got to be Phil's a liar, and it can't be something like more complicated, like the conditions have changed. You know, it always has to be like there always has to be like villains and heroes in these sort of discussions, and it's really predictable.
Phil's basically Harvey Dent from The Dark Knight. You either die a hero or you live long enough to become the villain.
Yeah.
You know? If like Phil
I'm sure Phil was loving it when he was like, you know, this is great. I can do everything that the audience wants, and you know, and everyone loved it for ages, you know. Phil was like the number one dude, you know.
Yeah, I mean, if he imagine if he had left after the Series X had launched in like 2020, he had left in 2021. People would have been like the greatest Xbox executive of all time.
Yeah.
Right. Blah 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 blah. But he stayed through the Activision acquisition and are seeing it through this period of change, and change is always. You know, I think people fear change, so like people's opinions about him will have shifted to hero to villain.
The thing that I think the thing that defines any leader is how they cope with the difficult times. You know, when Xbox wasn't under so much scrutiny, and Phil could just sort of and the team, because let's not forget it's not Phil by himself, is it? Phil and the whole team had the capacity to sort of deliver a lot of optimism in a very short space of time, with pretty much unfettered scrutiny. You know, with Activision Blizzard, the whole scenario has changed. Xbox is bigger than Windows now. Xbox is seriously sit there and think about this. Xbox is bigger than Windows.
Yeah, it's pretty
as a business segment for Microsoft, as a result of revenue and this acquisition. That is absurd. That's not something I would ever have expected to have happened in the whole time I've been covering Xbox and Microsoft. That I would be sitting here saying Xbox is bigger than Windows itself, you know. But nobody talks about Windows is dying, do they? You know, so it's like it's interesting the way this discourse gets shaped, because there is so much emotions in it, because video gaming is a kind of emotional hobby. The games produce an emotional response. We feel attached to them, and the characters and these companies intentionally curate fandom and attachment to this stuff. They do it on purpose, you know, which is why the kind of backlash that Phil's seen over these sort of more shareholder-oriented strategic moves, that's why they're sort of coming in now and causing so much discourse, and why like the grifters are having such a party with it, because like someone in chat said, Xbox is dead every other week.
Yep.
It's that a meme. Xbox is alive. Xbox is dead. Whatever. And we're here like almost every week now discussing the latest shareholder-oriented business decision that's been made on behalf of the company. So like, as a community, you've got to sort of try and think of it like from two perspectives, because it is Phil and Satya Nadella's job, to be completely fair to them. It is their job to deliver for shareholders, because the shareholders own the company. It's their property, and it's not just like individual shareholders or whatever. It's like big funds that like pension funds are tied to the investments, within Microsoft. And if Microsoft isn't sort of delivering growth, then that can have a massive negative impact on some of these other businesses, and have a cascading negative impact on all sorts of things that are tied to those investments. Microsoft's one of the biggest companies in the world, the most invested in companies in the world. And we think of that as like, oh, Microsoft has trillions of dollars. Well, it doesn't really. It has trillions of dollars invested in it from speculators who need it and want it to grow for, like, I don't know, their retirement money or their clients or whatever. So that's the tightrope transition that they're sort of going through right now. And I think it's a testament to Phil that he was able to enjoy this period of being the hero of Xbox, whatever. And now that he's having to take these more, and he has to take these decisions, he has to do it because that's his job. And now he's having to take these less popular decisions. He could just walk, man. He could just bail. He could ride off in the sunset. He's made his money. He's a Microsoft veteran. He could walk off into the sunset and let someone else deal with all this bullshit. But I think it's a testament to Phil that he's sticking around to see it through, And the fact that he is sticking around to see it through is like why I kind of have the optimism, because he has been someone who takes the feedback personally, and I trust Phil to guide Xbox in a way that will pay respect to the community that we've all built as fans of this, ecosystem, and sort of walk that tightrope in a way that I think some other leaders some wouldn't even care to do it. Some leaders wouldn't even care to do it. They'd just be all in on shareholders. They'd be like, fuck hardware. We're not doing hardware. We're just going to be a publisher because that's way easier. We'll be like Tencent. We'll probably make way more money doing it, or have better margins at least. Maybe they'll be hit on revenue initially, but like long term, yeah, probably would be better margins over time and thus a better investment, right? But I think like some of the fact that Phil's sticking around is in spite of all the criticism, and I think that's worth praising, man. Fuzzy Tomato says, Jez, can you leak next week's reason that Xbox is dying so we can get it out of the way now? Oh, man. Well, I think a lot of people at Xbox are having a well-earned break over the Christmas period. Although
usually nobody's even there in the office in December. They're all on vacation.
Well, there will be a lot of server technicians there. Sure. Shout out to the people who are going to be working hard over Christmas to make sure that we can carry on playing. But yeah, I don't know. We both do, Rand. I think both of us have. I think everyone in chat probably would agree that sometimes they have an emotional response to the decisions being made. And it's not just because of like the brand, but also because of the investment, the money we've got invested in it. Because we're investors too, in a way. Like we might not have stocks and shares.
But Satya's redefining it, bro. He redefined it.
Yeah, sure. But you can't redefine the fact that I've got thousands of games digitally locked to his ecosystem.
Bro, it doesn't matter. He redefined it. What does it mean to be an Xbox fan? We'll talk about that after we get through some of these super chats, because he redefined it. Ryan with the $10 says, hey guys, Help me out. I need a portable gaming device. I play Xbox every day, and in January I have a really big operation, so I will be in the hospital for a couple of weeks. What do you recommend? Thanks. Hopefully your operation goes well. But Jez, this is all you, man. Portable gaming device. Which one would you recommend Ryan for his big operation?
Well, it really depends, like, on your budget. If you don't want to spend a ton of money, the Nintendo Switch Lite is actually a really killer device. Like, I can't believe how small and portable that
Yeah,
Nintendo Switch Lite is.
bro, he says he plays Xbox every day. You can't play Xbox on your Switch. So
you can play Minecraft Dungeons on there, or Minecraft.
Yeah, well,
my point being, you could get a second-hand one of them for like 150 quid. Now, like, if you're in a hospital, you're probably not going to have access to good Wi-Fi, so cloud options are out. So if you do want to play Xbox Play Anywhere games, the Asus ROG Ally is probably the best option for you right now. If you do have Steam games, then you could get a cheaper Steam Deck, especially if you just wanted to play 2D games and stuff like that. But for Xbox Play Anywhere, the best device is the base Asus ROG Ally Z1 Extreme. But if you are going to buy one, I would get one secondhand because the new ones are going to be announced very, very soon. The Z2 Extreme should be way better for battery life and probably more powerful too. So, iPirate says buy a Legion Go. Now, I have a Legion Go, but I don't recommend it to people generally because it is a bulky device. Legion Go is like, it's almost like a laptop replacement. It's a big chunky device. I prefer it because I take it on trips and I plug a keyboard into it and use it as a laptop. But I think for like light gaming, the Asus ROG Ally is the best overall. That's my opinion.
Okay. Hopefully that helps you, Ryan. Supernova says with the two, play anywhere. Huge impressive than Game Pass. I think he means more impressive than Game Pass. The play anywhere stuff. Does seem like they're adding more games to play anywhere.
And third-party games too.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the move for next generation. Is they're going to try to have every game, not just first party, as play anywhere. I hope so. I think that's the step they're moving in. Is this idea that you buy a game or a license on Xbox and you get a version you can play on the console? You get a version you could play on your PC in the Windows Store, and that version is something you could stream via the cloud or eventually play on your handheld. I think it's going to be very similar to what Steam's doing, right? Where it's like you buy a game on Steam, and that means you can access it on your Steam Deck, but then probably also, if that Steam console rumor is true, you'll be able to play it on that console. I think that's the play. And I think Microsoft is... I bet you Microsoft is a little bit threatened by Steam at that point. Because it seems like Steam is following Microsoft's playbook, but it seems like actually probably going to be able to implement it quicker than Xbox has.
Yes.
Maybe.
I mean, this is something I know Xbox is... Not Xbox, but Microsoft in general is... Because so much of Windows is sort of wrapped up in the gaming stuff now, especially from the consumer side. But gamers hate Windows.
Yeah, they sure do. Yes, they do.
Gamers, it's full of ads, it's full of junk, it's full of overhead. And now there's Linux distros that are coming out, like Bazzite, for example, which are showing huge performance gains over using Windows, right? That's problematic for them. Because it's like Windows still has this compatibility advantage, right? But that might not last. And if that doesn't last, you could end up in a reality where Linux distros or even stuff like Steam OS or whatever end up being better for gaming than Windows itself. That's not a scenario Microsoft wants to be in, which I think is also part of Jason Ronald's new job, is to solve that issue. Making Windows better. Because right now, Windows is a bit trash. Let's be real. Let's be real, bro. Windows is a bit trash.
Windows is a bit trash, huh?
It's a bit trash. Windows is a bit trash. Windows 11 is like there's so much annoying bullshit with Windows 11. Oh shit, Miles in my game.
What game are you playing?
Playing Overwatch.
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh, Miles is playing Widowmaker. Oh, okay. Come on then, Miles. Let's get him.
Yeah,
so I was playing Marvel's.
Miles Dompier?
It's Dompier, yeah.
Miles?
The Miles Dompier. He's got a green name and everything,
Is it
which means
V
I'm my friendly.
space Miles space V, or is it V Miles?
Yeah.
Wow.
V Miles V.
He's probably like, "What are you doing? You should be on Xbox too." You're like, I am, but
Well,
I'm playing Overwatch.
Well, this is it, right? I was playing Marvel's Rivals at a friend's house, and I was just like, this makes me miss Overwatch. I haven't played Overwatch for months, but Marvel's Rivals made me want to play Overwatch, and so here we are. We're back on that Overwatch.
Path of Exile 2 made you want to play Diablo 4. Yeah, I saw.
Yep. I don't care. I don't care if it's uncool. I don't care if I get hate. Still instant queues, baby. So. And there's a new Scottish tank.
Marvel Rivals announced what, 20 million players recently?
Yeah, I don't know how because it's pretty janky.
I mean, I think didn't XDefiant also have a huge number like in the first month, and look where XDefiant is now. So in the trash bin,
dead,
essentially.
I saw that XDefiant added like 13 new maps recently, and people are like, "Hang on a sec, where did all this content come from?" And it just seems like they had all this content ready for XDefiant, but they wanted to drip feed it out rather than actually like give people a front. And now the game's dead.
I see Call of Duty's got some problems. Their anti-cheat was apparently hot garbage, and a lot of big content creators are dropping the game.
False bans as well. Yeah. A lot of false banning. Yeah, I saw some big content creators have sort of banded together to come out against it. I haven't encountered any cheaters, but I'm also playing on the lowest fucking lobby.
And I don't play Call of Duty for multiplayer, so yeah, I just played the single player. It was great. Single player was fantastic. Yeah. I gotta do like a post of like my top 10 games of the year or something.
Yeah, we just did our Game Awards at Windows Central. I don't know if you saw that.
I did see that.
Yeah, so do you know what we gave Game of the Year? Did you see it?
No, I did not see that.
We do one Game of the Year for Xbox and one for PC. So Game of the Year and this is sort of like it's wholly unscientific. The team just does a bunch of nominations and then everyone does a vote, and then whichever game gets the most votes ends up being Game of the Year. So it's not the most scientific method in the world, but you know it's ours. And the Xbox game that got the most votes was Space Marine 2.
Nice.
And the PC game that got the most votes was Stalker 2.
Stalker 2 just got a major patch, right? 1,800 things fixed or something?
Yep, and improvements to AI life, so that's what I was waiting for.
Are you going to get back in?
Enemy spawns. Yep, I'm gonna get back in. I'm going to play it over. But I don't know. I kind of... Part of me wants to finish Persona 5 before the end of the year just to be addicted to you.
You don't got time to finish Persona 5, dude. You have like 11 days.
If I play it non-stop...
I'm sure if you actually dedicated yourself for a change here and did it, you could beat Persona 5 by the end of the year. But I know you won't. I'm still deciding about what I want to play next. I have a couple suggestions. Metaphor ReFantasia is one that is high on my list because when I look at the games coming out and the next game I really am looking forward to, there really isn't anything I want to play until middle of February when Avowed and Assassin's Creed Shadows comes out. So I was like, well, if I was going to play Metaphor, my first Atlas RPG, I did see that IGN gave it their Game of the Year today, as well as GameSpot gave it their Game of the Year. It did win some awards at the Video Game Awards for Best Art Direction and Best Narrative. That's one of the things I'm very keen on is the whole narrative aspect, because everybody talks about how incredible that is in that game.
My brother played. Metaphor won our Best Story Direction award.
Yeah,
and my brother he played Metaphor, and he said some. What did he say to me? He said something like, I've I've played because he reads a lot of fantasy and all that kind of stuff. He said I've seen so many fantasy tropes over the years, and this was the first time in a long time I've been surprised.
Subverted, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe I'll try that.
I thought that was strong.
But bro, if I play
compliment.
Metaphor and I beat it, you are never gonna hear the end of it.
What? Why?
You never will, because then I'll probably want to play Persona 5, and then that's where the problem's gonna come in for you. You know?
Well, I got a lot of games I want to play, bro.
Yeah. We know you got a list of games. You got all these games to play, but
I want to play Hollow Knight as well.
You started
Death Stranding.
Like
I was really enjoying Hollow Knight. I was really enjoying Death Stranding. But then there's a new WoW season coming soon as well.
Yeah, this is why you never get anything done. You're like a cat. You're playing with like a string of ball, and then something like bright in the distance shines, and you just jump over to that thing, and you forget about the ball you're playing with. It's okay.
Manscaped.
Yeah. Speaking of Manscaped, Ryan with the 2 says, I actually used your code for Manscaped for my bro. Well, thank you.
Oh, nice.
And I'm sure your bro thanks you as well. We appreciate that. Jimmy the Gamer, he drops and says, Jez, you said you know of PlayStation games coming to Xbox in 2025. Are they just expected stuff like Final Fantasy 16, Black Myth, etc., or is there anything surprising like Nihon? That was another thing I wanted to ask you because you wrote that article, and another thing that people had quoted you on in various articles referencing it about this idea of, of PlayStation exclusives that will be coming to Xbox in the next year. So
like,
expand upon your thoughts on this, Jez, sir.
Yeah. A bunch of people were like, oh my God, first party. And I was like, oh shit, I probably need to update that. So I added in brackets third party PlayStation. I don't know of any first party games. So like, for example,
there's the rumor of Lego Horizon that some website picked up, which I mean,
I couldn't verify that or not, but I do. There are so far it's expected stuff. What I'm talking about
Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah, stuff like that. So
Black Myth Wukong.
Yeah, exactly. So when you talk about like, is Xbox dead? If Xbox was dead, why are these companies even bothering to make the effort?
Well, you could make the counter argument though that if Xbox wasn't dead, they wouldn't have signed the exclusive agreements at all.
Well, hindsight, man.
I'm just saying, like, it's not that strong of an argument because you can make a counter one.
Well, I don't know, but it's 2024. Like, why would they do it in current year?
Yeah, I guess you could say, why would they do it? Because it's not free to make a port. It does take time and money and resources to do it. And if nobody buys games on Xbox, why are you going to waste any sort of your hard-earned time and money and resources on making a version of a game for a system that is dead with no one on it to buy your game, right? That's essentially
no future
the argument.
Prospects, yeah. Why bother?
And the fact that they are says to you that, it ain't dead. So
it should
the death has been greatly exaggerated.
Yeah, and Xbox has more support than ever. Like, why would Death Stranding be there? It's not like Kojima needs like a few 10 Gs. Like, they make that effort because they think it's worth it. So yeah, I don't. But one of the cool things about a lot of those games is that, they do come with Xbox Play Anywhere. A lot of these recent additions, like you mentioned.
Yes.
So part of me is wondering if, let's assume that Xbox is dead, Rand. Let's assume it's dead. Maybe it's less about Xbox being alive and more about the fact the Xbox PC app ecosystem is actually popping off, and they just think of adding Play Anywhere as an extra bonus. Because Death Stranding, Pixel Remasters, Metaphor ReFantasio, if I'm remembering right, none of those games are in Game Pass. But they all have Xbox Play Anywhere.
They do.
You know.
Yeah.
Or maybe they're all built on the new back-end ecosystem, which mandates play anywhere. I don't know.
So what do you think?
Oh shit! I also want to play Lies of P.
What do you think about the rumor about Lego Horizon coming to Xbox? What's your take on that one?
It's funny because I talked about this with Xbox Hero the other day. I joined John's stream randomly.
John and Jesse.
The other day.
The backbone of Xbox Era, John and Jesse.
The backbone.
Yes.
And my take was kind of like, personally, I think like if this is happening, it's purely a Lego thing. Lego like wants it there to hit some KPI or something like that. That's why this is happening. But then I had another thought. Like I could see it going either way. I could see Sony being like, we don't want this shit on Xbox ever, because we don't want Horizon on Xbox ever. So, but we're being forced to do it by Lego, like we were forced to do MLB The Show, whatever. But then I thought it could go another way. It could also be like Sony's thinking, we'll put this on Xbox to give people a taste of Horizon, and maybe that will drive them towards buying a PlayStation. But I think that's kind of far-fetched, because what would the Lego version of a game make someone want to graduate to a PlayStation for that? So, personally, I think it's just going to be one of them, a good old incidental if it happens. But I haven't seen any evidence to suggest it's actually going to happen at my end. But hey, it might happen. It might happen.
I mean, that's kind of one of the things you deal with license holders. They could easily be like, well, we want it here. And maybe it was like, well, you're going to put it everywhere. And they're like, well, can we not put it on Xbox at launch? And they're like, sure, but it has to be there by March of 2025 or something, because that's what we want. And you're right in this. Sony, I mean, they use some of that sort of line of thinking with their PC strategy, where it was like, we're going to give people God of War on PC, like the first game, because and the PC gamers will love it, and they'll see that God of War Ragnarok is coming, and so those PC gamers will have to buy a PS5 to play that game. That's what their whole thought process was regarding PC Game Pass. It was basically we can get this extra revenue stream, but also it's marketing for our sequels. And that works if you're essentially going to port games 2 years after they're out, right? But we've seen the gap close on that time frame. Like Spider-Man 2 was a year, and we've seen some of those games be day one. So it isn't the 4-year gap like it originally was, and it's not the 2-year gap that it kind of was for most of the generation. It seems to be shrinking. Games are more expensive, and there is a huge base on PC that will probably buy your game if you put it there day one. The problem is, the more you wait, the less interested people become, and more of people's opinions about the game get out there, and they talk like, oh, maybe the game wasn't that good. It's one of the reasons why something like Final Fantasy 16 didn't do so well on PC, where if it actually launched day one, it probably would have been massive. But you wait a year, and when it finally comes, there's a lot of discourse surrounding, like, is this really even a Final Fantasy game, and is it even good? And people, like, that moment of that hype cycle that Final Fantasy 16 had originally got with the original release was well past. And now it's like, well, it's not going to sell well. I sort of wonder how Final Fantasy VII Rebirth's going to do on PC this time around, because it's finally releasing there next month.
And it also got a Game of the Year nom, so which sort of...
Well, I think
the nomination injects it in the consciousness of again.
A little bit. But I mean, we know, at least according to Square, that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth sales weren't exactly up to their standards. But then again, it certainly seems like, Square Enix has the highest of standards, because it seems nothing ever is good enough for them. So, what's going to happen there? with like PC releases and stuff. So yeah, I mean that whole Lego thing, I sort of find the whole idea odd in and of itself. Because I think I was talking to you before the show, and you're like, "Who does Sony think they are? Like making a Lego version of Horizon? Is like Horizon even that big of a franchise to even do that with? Let alone put it on the Switch where there is no Horizon game? Like, are Switch people are like Lego Horizon? Like the Lego games are supposed to be earmarked for massive generation-spanning franchises like Star Wars or Indiana Jones
or Overwatch,
or Avengers, not Overwatch." To the point
I've
where it's
got
like
Overwatch Lego.
Okay, but there's no.
Is there
Lego.
any Halo Lego? I don't think so.
They had to deal with Mega Bloks, not Lego.
No one gives a fuck about Mega Bloks.
But my point is,
that's Lego from Wish.
My point is, you only really know Lego. You only really know Horizon if you're a PlayStation fan. But everybody knows Star Wars and Indiana Jones and Avengers and Batman. So it has that multi-generational appeal where people on the different platforms know. And it's like, here's Lego Horizon on the Switch and PC, but does anybody really care? Was anybody asking for that? And it certainly seemed like, at least judging from the sales, that the answer to that question was no, nobody really cared. And so even if it did come to Xbox, I don't think anybody would care. Like, I think Death Stranding is a different example because people wanted Death Stranding. And there's also the what's the word I'm looking for with Death Stranding on Xbox? The curiosity of it.
Yeah.
Of here's a big time PlayStation exclusive on Xbox, where some people rushed out to buy it, to support it, simply because it was like no mention beforehand, no rumors, no speculation. Nobody knew about this, and suddenly it's there. And it was like, well, wait a minute.
And it's not that long after the sequel got announced.
Yeah,
and
the
also,
sequel's coming.
Kojima has acquired the rights to the franchise, which means the sequel probably will come to Xbox eventually as well.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised whenever the Switch gets revealed here next month, which is the current rumor, right? Apparently, Switch is getting leaked all over the place. Like, D-Brand leaked what it looks like and the specs and the dimensions, and there's somebody on Reddit who actually held one. So I saw The Verge did an article interviewing him, and they're like, we think it's real. So like now there's all that stuff going on about like the Switch. But I can imagine a scenario where like the reveal of the Switch and the hardware and then like the first party games with maybe some third party stuff would not shock me in the least if Kojima's on in one of those videos and Death Stranding is on the Switch too. Right? Wouldn't surprise me in the least if like they do a second like third party show and it's like, hey, what are some games showing up on the Switch, and Microsoft's here, and here's Sea of Thieves, and here's Forza Horizon 5, and here's Halo Master Chief Collection or something on the Switch too, right? Like, I think the industry is going to support that pretty well, but I just sort of like, I look at Lego Horizon, I'm just like, did anybody ask for this? And
did you ask for this?
It's like, even if it came to Xbox, I don't think it would perform like Death Stranding did, because it really seemed like Death Stranding performed quite well. I mean, yeah, you can take in the price into account where it was sold on sale for like $20 right away, which made it sort of an impulse purchase.
Oh, I impulse purchased the fuck out of that.
Right? But Lego Horizon, I just think Xbox fans would look at that and be like, who cares? I don't care, maybe someone might buy it and then post on Twitter being like, we got your game. But it's like, I don't even think PlayStation fans care about Lego Horizon. You know what I mean? Like,
no, I don't think so.
Maybe they throw it on Game Pass, as like a thing for kids to play or something, but I don't know. Let's see what else we got. We have make it simple with the $199. Xbox with the Windows desktop mode like Steam Deck. Okay, fair enough.
I would not say no to that. Man, as soon as Miles left my game, I started winning, bro.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you started losing.
Oh, man.
JD Gamer with the 10 says Xbox hardware will be fine. The problem with many industry analysts is that none of them ever predict lightning in a bottle, and it's happened in the gaming industry many times. A la the PS2, the 360, the Wii, and the Switch.
I think Xbox will have lightning in a bottle, bro.
Yeah. You know, one of the things that I do see is that some people say, like, when you question Microsoft's direction or their line of thinking with the strategy, right, of putting their games elsewhere and stuff like that, you'll get people that will say, oh, well, the $1 trillion corporation knows best, right? As people, you know, when you say a tweet, like, oh, I don't know if this is going to go the way Microsoft thinks it's going to go, you'll get people that are like, oh yeah, you know, like, what do you know? Like, this is $1 trillion corporation, they know what they're doing. And it's like, yeah, but do they? Because I can find many examples of corporations and making the wrong decisions from
Look at Enron.
Like the Xbox One launch. Completely wrong decision in every way, but hey, $1 trillion
Hawk to a coin,
right? Or even in like gaming, like Nintendo, they released the Wii U. Wrong choice, wrong decisions. It almost bottomed out the company. The PlayStation is not immune from these decisions either. They put out the PS3 with the Blu-ray and almost tanked the PlayStation. So this idea of like you should trust in the decisions of the people in the company because the company is really successful is such a misnomer. Because these companies make wrong choices all the time, and history is littered with companies and people at these companies making the wrong choices. So like the idea of like, well, you shouldn't question them because the company is successful is absurd, because successful companies bottom out all the time. Like, nobody's infallible. I don't know. I've seen some of that across Twitter and elsewhere. Like, the $1 trillion company knows what they're doing. It's like, do they? I mean, companies make mistakes all the time about stuff.
Yeah.
Sith Lord, member for 23 months, says Xbox 2025 is stacked. I can't wait. PlayStation is dead. Rip. Hashtag PlayStation has no games. Jez, stop smoking crack. It's not good for you. Happy holidays. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Sith.
Yes. Amish AI says dying Xbox is a weekly event. Yeah, definitely is. Rave Damo says if you rename the podcast Xbox and PS2, I won't feel special anymore. On the flip side, you could invite DCG to the show. Hashtag having fun. I did see Addict is interviewing him today. That should be a fun show for Addict. Make it simple with the 199. Phil resuscitated Xbox. Without him, there is no Xbox. Salt the Fries 86 says, will the new ROG Ally have new AMD mobile chip, Jez?
I believe it's going to have the Z2. That's the rumor. So, yeah. I don't know if... I think the rumor is that there's going to be a Z1 Legion Go S, which was assumed to be cheaper, but probably not going to be cheaper. And then the Legion Go 2 will have the Z2, the full-bore Z2 chip. And then there's going to be some kind of Z1 Plus or something. So I guess that's a new chip. Right, Rand?
I don't know.
Z2 Extreme.
I guess.
Do you like chips, Rand?
What type of chips?
Computer chips, baby.
Computer chips? Sure. What about potato chips?
I don't like potato chips.
Nah, they're not your thing.
I don't like potatoes. I like nachos. More of a nachos guy.
You like beans too, right?
Sure I do. Yeah. Got up sleepy.
Lunga 101 says, with Xbox's new strategy, how do publishers like Rockstar feel about GTA 6 technically being accessible on an Xbox OS that can be accessed on PC? I don't
Yeah,
know.
I suppose that's sort of like that's the effort Microsoft's got to make is educating its, developer partners and stuff. Like, is this actually worth doing? I mean, the good news is that generally speaking, it seems like they've got the data to suggest that it is. Like Xbox Play Anywhere, for example, I don't think developers would be supporting that. Before it felt like developers were supporting it just because they got the Game Pass bag.
Yes.
And now it feels like developers are supporting it actually because they believe it's worth
It almost
doing.
feels like they're supporting it because Microsoft's updating something with like the agreement you sign when you make a game for Xbox, right?
Yeah, like it has to be Xbox Play Anywhere, which, hey, I'm all for it. And it hardly, it's not like it doesn't make sense, especially if Steam is doing this, initiative where they're going to let other people make Steam consoles or Steam devices. And it's like, why would Xbox want to be hamstrung into a world where their developers are only allowed to offer one version at a time or something? I don't think that makes sense. It would be really interesting to me, right? It will be really interesting to me how I suppose the discourse would be shaped if the PS6 is pretty much a traditional device in every regard, but the Xbox Next, whatever they call it, they'll probably give it a terrible name because Microsoft can't name things. But let's just imagine the Xbox Next. Every game's Xbox Play Anywhere is standard, and there's no more paywall for Xbox Live Gold, or premium multiplayer. There's no more premium multiplayer paywall for people on the next gen system, and every game you buy in next gen is Xbox Play Anywhere as standard. I do wonder, like, how anyone could sort of bash that strategy, because that would be like incredibly pro-consumer. Because on PlayStation, you don't even get cloud saves for free. Cloud saves are free on Xbox, which is something I take. That's something I take for granted, that we just get cloud saves as standard here. So, the idea of Xbox merging with Windows could be an X factor, a sort of lightning in a bottle situation, I think, if they pull it off. Because I don't want to be messing around in the device manager on my console on my TV. I don't have to plug a mouse into my TV. So it has to be all controllable with a controller. It has to be an Xbox, Because a PC ain't an Xbox. I don't care how much marketing you want to put behind it. If I have to open Device Manager to fix a mouse driver like I had to do today, fucking uninstall the mouse driver and then download the mouse driver off Razer's website because for some reason the one on Windows Update wasn't the correct driver for some reason. If I have to do that on my Xbox, then it ain't an Xbox, bro. So
yeah, but you heard Deadly Headley, bro. So
I did hear Deadly Headley. He's a cool guy.
Yes. Yeah, we have I don't know how Rockstar would feel about that, because Rockstar is very much a company that's going to be like, our game is such hot shit that we're going to not release it on PC, and it's still going to be the biggest thing on the planet. And then we're going to release it on PC a year later, and it's going to be the biggest thing on the planet. And everybody who bought it on console who has a PC is going to buy it again, double dip on PC, because it's us. Dude, you know that's going to happen.
Bro.
What?
It wasn't Grand Theft Auto that won our most anticipated game award.
Well, then your game award's wrong. Objectively.
It's no. It's not wrong, bro.
Okay, what one?
Monster Hunter, of course.
Monster Hunter is like a glimmer in the eye of Grand Theft Auto 6.
Bro, I'm telling you, man. When Monster Hunter comes out, nobody's gonna care about Grand Theft Auto, bro.
Dude,
Monster Hunter is coming to take Rockstar's
if Rockstar tomorrow said Grand Theft Auto 6 is launching February 28th, the next day Capcom would move Monster Hunter Wilds.
No, they wouldn't.
Yes, they would.
They wouldn't, bro.
Everybody would move.
We're going head to head. We're gonna kill.
And they would lose. Monster Hunter would lose.
Nah, they wouldn't, bro. It'd be like the Monday Night Wars, bro.
Bro, I'm sorry. The thing you like just isn't as popular as the other thing. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's okay.
It's better, bro. You just don't get it, Rand. You don't get it, bro.
I do get it. I get it more than you.
Just don't get it, bro. You haven't even played Monster Hunter, bro.
I don't need to play Monster Hunter to know that it doesn't compare to Grand Theft Auto.
Speaking of not getting it, guys, earlier I asked Rand if he knew what Skibbity Toilet was, and Rand didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
Is there anyone in chat who doesn't know what Skibbity Toilet is?
I guess I don't hang out on the internet that much. I'm an old man now, 43 years old. And
Are you 43?
Yeah, I mean you're 40.
No, I'm not.
I'm 40.
Weren't you 40 this year?
I mean, I'm 43 this year. I turned 43.
Are you trolling me right now?
No. Why do you think that's? Is that?
No, I genuinely thought you turned 40 this year.
No, I turned 43.
Because I remember you turning 40.
Yes, that was 3 years ago.
I was 3. Okay, so I am just. The point of my incredulity here is that my memory is fucked. Because I genuinely thought you turned 40 this year. Because I remember you turning 40. I thought that was this year.
No.
Okay. Well, anyway, Skibbity Toilet's in Fortnite now, everyone.
So's Mariah Carey.
It's, Mariah Carey, Skibbity Toilet, and Special Nick, our old pal on Twitter, was teasing that your favorite character, Sam Fisher, is coming to Fortnite.
And the thing is,
how do you feel about this?
That's great, but his Special Nick's leaks about Fortnite always come true. It's just the stuff about Xbox and elsewhere, right? It's the stuff you got to worry about.
The thing about predicting what characters are going to be in Fortnite, every single character on Earth is eventually going to be in Fortnite.
I'm going to be in Fortnite. You're going to be in Fortnite.
Yeah, we're going to be in Fortnite.
The Xbox 2 have dropped into Fortnite. Wouldn't that be cool?
I think Mesa Tech and Thanaros in chat, they're going to be in Fortnite.
Yeah.
All you guys are going to be in Fortnite. Everyone. I bet you they eventually release some kind of generative AI thing where you can upload a picture of yourself to Epic Games and they'll generatively AI a 3D model so you can literally put yourself in Fortnite. Did
you see the news beat about how Tencent pulled some of their Tencent had some board seats on Epic and they stepped down from it because the US government had some issues with Tencent being on the board of some of its competitors or something?
Yeah, so Tencent's on the board of competing companies. Isn't that just classic?
And we had the resolution of Sony and Kadokawa. Remember, because they were looking to potentially buy all of Kadokawa, which would give them From Software. But Sony was only able to secure 10% of Kadokawa. And they joined some like business venture now. And even in like the comments with the CEOs, you could tell it was all about anime and manga and books and stuff, and gaming kind of seemed like a footnote. So yeah. I mean, they might get some exclusives out of the partnership, but it does seem like From Software is, at least for, foreseeable future, will be making multi-platform stuff.
Yeah, so, I think Xbox fans can breathe easy about that one.
Yeah. I don't know.
So a bunch of people in chat don't know what Skibbity Toilet is, but some people do, bro.
Some people, I mean, of course, some people do.
iPirate does. It's a toilet with a head in it.
A toilet with a head with it. Well, see, the thing is...
Yeah, Gen Alpha love this toilet.
I guess they do. It's in Fortnite, so amazing.
Oh, man.
I do feel like Rockstar is just one of those companies that can just get away with whatever they want because they're Rockstar and it's Grand Theft Auto. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Unless they try and go head-to-head with Monster Hunter, in which case they'll lose.
And Monster Hunter would just like die a swift death. We have achievement with the 5. Microsoft probably sees SteamOS as a threat to Windows itself, like Microsoft saw the PlayStation 2 as a threat to the home computer, so it made Xbox. Yeah, probably.
It's funny though, because Windows is kind of like this dinosaur, because Microsoft made it open from the outset, they didn't think to like, oh, actually, we could charge developers money to put their apps here, like Apple and Google did. So they don't make much money from Windows. All the money from Windows comes from licensing it to hardware manufacturers like Asus, Dell, Lenovo, all that stuff. And Satya Nadella had comments this week where it was like, it's so funny how Google is complaining to us about competition when they make more money on Windows than we do because of Google Chrome and Google Search and stuff like that. You know? Ah, man. Isn't it funny, Rand, Althor 19, the man with the million, how all these companies have billionaires and I don't have any money at all? Where's my money, Rand? Where's my money, bro?
You lost it all in the Hawk2 coin.
Got rug pulled.
You were like, you know what?
Ago.
I told you. I said to you, I don't know about taking finance on that thing, but you said that shit was wholesome, and you were gonna lead it into a new financial freedom of life. You're gonna invest in this coin, and it was gonna be the future. But
did anyone in chat invest in Hawk2 coin?
I don't think anybody if somebody actually did, they would not want to admit that in chat. Even if you did, you'd be one of those things where it's like, no, I didn't do that.
Fuzzy Tomato says he's waiting for XB2 coin.
Yeah, right, XB2 coin.
Yeah, I'm gonna set up a crypto coin, bro. We'll call it XB2 coin.
Okay.
And then we'll get some influencer to say it's good, and then we'll rug pull, baby, and then we'll all go to prison.
Hey, do you remember back during the
on that thing?
Do you remember during the ABK acquisition when it first happened, when it very first happened, and everybody was talking about like the plans, and a lot of people thought that they were going to make Call of Duty exclusive. You remember this?
Some people were hopiuming that they would.
And then when like Phil came out and said, "No, we're going to keep it on PlayStation. We want to sign a 10-year deal with them."
It's a ritual.
And then a bunch of people, including Special Nick, were convinced that as soon as Microsoft got the regulator approval, that they were going to pull the rug out from underneath everybody and make COD exclusive anyways. You remember those days? Remember those good old days?
I mean, that's a prediction of mine that people don't give me credit for. That shit was going to stay multi-platform.
Yeah, the chat hated you that day.
Yeah, chat hated me for saying that Call of Duty would end up being multi-platform.
I just remember certain people being like, they're going to pull the rug out from under the regulators and be like, "Oh, we said it was going to be exclusive. Sorry, yoink. It's actually not. It's going to be fucking exclusive." Oh, man.
I've got to shout out Ryan T in the chat for this.
Okay.
So I said, we make Xbox 2 coin, right?
Uh-huh.
And he said, XB2.
XB2.
Bet on that thing.
We got
dude. I really want to be famous for something that dumb.
Well,
man, I can't. She threw it all away, man. She's gonna end up in prison.
I think she's still sleeping. Isn't the meme that ever since that whole thing happened, she hasn't done her podcast and has just been sleeping since then? Yeah. Something like that. I don't know.
Oh man,
wonderful.
She's gonna end up in prison, bro. I feel bad. I feel bad for her, man. She flew too close to the sun.
Yeah,
bro.
She tried to take that 15 minutes and squeeze it out a little bit, and she was doing a good job. Her own podcast.
She spent on that day.
But then it was like Bitcoin, and you're like, oh no.
Actually, Rand, it was on the Solana blockchain.
Whatever the fuck that means. Who knows?
Spit on that thing.
Ultraman with the 10 says, from beta to VHS to DVD to Blu-ray to all digital, I had to adjust. Xbox games and other consoles make me feel old because I don't want to change, but I got more digital movies than I ever had VHS tapes. Yeah, I mean, change is always scary. Especially
I've still got my CDs and I don't own a disc drive.
I don't have any physical media. I don't have any CDs. I don't have any Blu-rays or DVDs. I don't have any.
I
I
got
don't have any
vinyls.
physical games, bro. I don't have any physical games. Well, actually, no. Scratch that. I do own a couple physical Switch games. I believe I own Super Mario Odyssey. Yeah, I do. I do still own like one Switch game. And you know what I was even thinking earlier? Whenever they do reveal the Switch 2, I might just buy it. I might just get it.
No, what?
I might have you get it for me as like
Wait, what?
a Christmas gift. Yeah, like your gift to
I
me.
ain't getting you shit.
Excuse me?
You're the man with the $1 million, bro. I'm a starving writer. I'm a starving artist.
I was just thinking, like, maybe I should just get the Switch 2 when it comes out. Maybe they'll have some games for me. You know? Maybe I should play Metroid Prime Dread or Metroid Dread or Metroid Prime 4 and stuff.
Oh, dude. I had a dream last night that Nintendo bought the Metroid franchise to Steam because it wasn't selling enough on Nintendo Switch.
Mm.
And I was like, fuck yeah, that's awesome. I can finally play the only good Nintendo franchise without buying a Nintendo device. And it was all a dream. It's all a dream.
All a dream. Ultraman also says, also change is needed and rejected love affair. And Anthony McMuffin with the 10 says, imagine if Ciri in The Witcher 4, because she is the lady of space and time, can now travel to Night City for a few missions.
There was, I think they said in a documentary or an interview or something that they did cut a sequence from The Witcher 3 where Geralt ended up in Night City during the spoilery. Well, God, the game's old now. I'm just gonna say it. There's a bit where Geralt ends up time traveling or dimension hopping a little bit, and they did consider doing a section of it.
Doesn't Ciri sort of talk about her?
Yeah, Ciri hints at being in Night City. Yeah.
Yeah, that when do you think Witcher 4, or better question, what comes out first? Intergalactic, The Heretic Prophet, or Witcher 4?
Oh shit. That's a good question. Well, I've got nothing because I have no idea. So I'm just going to slap it out there. I think Witcher 4 comes out first.
Okay. When do you think Witcher 4 is releasing? If you had to guess.
Next year.
A serious guess, Jez.
No, next year, bro.
Bro, they literally just said this year
not the year after next, sorry. So I thought it was already 2025.
2026. I think Witcher 4 is 2027, if not 2028.
I don't think society exists in 2028, bro.
You don't think so? Okay.
No.
I think that Heretic game launches first. Fall 2026, maybe spring of 2027, depending on how things progress. But one of the big surprises of, for Xbox fans for the Game Awards was Outer Worlds 2, coming to PlayStation 5, but actually releasing next year, Jez.
Wasn't a surprise for me.
Yeah, but actually
Leonardo DiCaprio
it actually was until because how do I say this? When you got the tip that there was going to be an Xbox game revealed at the show, that was a game that was already announced but didn't have a release date. Outer Worlds 2 wasn't the game you were guessing, bro. I know this because we were guessing with each other.
Didn't we talk about this on Xbox?
You talked about it on Xbox Air, and we talked about it on Xbox Ultimate, but like...
Yeah, so I didn't know... I knew that one of the games that had been previously announced was going to be announced for 2025, but I didn't know what it was. So me and Rand were having a discussion about what it could be, and my first thought was Everwild.
Yeah, for some reason your first thought was Everwild.
But I thought that game's been long in development.
It sure has
It's been rebooted.
Yes, it has.
They hit their stride and had a new director, and they built a whole new building at Rare HQ for this game. So I thought, is it time? Is it time to debut this project? But no, it's the workhorses over at Obsidian who release 2 games next year.
Yeah, is that a surprise to you? Because I see a lot of people shocked that they're releasing 2 games in 1 year.
It is a bit, because I would have thought, like, in my head canon was kind of like, okay, they're gonna finish up development on Avowed and then move part of that dev team to work on the Outer Worlds, right? That was my sort of head canon, but they're just that productive, man. But yeah, I mean, how do you feel about this? Are you a big fan of the original game? First of all,
I really didn't play Outer Worlds. That's another game I'm gonna have to delve into next year. I'm gonna play through Outer Worlds and get ready for Outer Worlds 2. But I was
play as a sniper.
Play as a sniper
is my advice.
I was pleasantly surprised because you look at the current year of what Xbox has, and then you add Outer Worlds 2 on top of it. I mean, you're talking about like 3 big RPGs for Xbox next year between Avowed, and you would imagine Avowed's beginning of the year and Outer Worlds 2's end of the year. But then also Fable's supposed to be end of the year. And there was some reporting by Jeff Grubb that he had heard that Outer Worlds 2 was brought forward because one of the other games that Xbox had was delayed. And I know you had some info on that, right?
Yeah, like I didn't. I was basically told that it wasn't due to any kind of delay. So maybe a game was delayed. I don't know about that. But the reason it's launching is simply because there's no reason not to do it.
Yeah,
from their perspective.
Right. But then also, like, you know, you start hearing rumors about what's going to be at the Dev Direct, which, you know, people are... It's weird. It's like people are making this Dev Direct out to be like this, oh, there's going to be like a secret event in January. It's like, guys, this is like trying to pretend the showcase in June is a secret thing. You know? Like, they've done the Dev Direct
how many years now?
2 years in a row now. They're gonna do another one. This isn't like one of these things like, oh yeah, secret Xbox event. Like, there might be secret Xbox events, but you would never know about them. You know what I mean? These things are very public, and they'll announce them when they announce them. Yeah, there's most likely going to be a Dev Direct, end of January, early February. So then it becomes like the guessing game of what does Xbox show at this thing, and you know, it's like, do you show off South of Midnight, which is a good guess, right? Especially if you have a release date that's coming soon. You know, you could be like, all right, South of Midnight's going to be there. I guess do you go and do another showing of Avowed? If like you have this event in January with Avowed launching mid-February, do you do another kind of quick hitter 5-minute, 6-minute thing for Avowed again? And since, hey, well, you know what? Since we're at Obsidian, why not do a deep dive into Outer Worlds 2, right? So you can have South of Midnight, Outer Worlds 2, and Avowed. And then maybe you can have a surprise where it's like Elder Scrolls Oblivion remaster remake. You know, Tom Warren's out here saying that there's more games that Xbox has for next year that aren't announced, and there is a lot of talk about this Elder Scrolls Oblivion game, which supposedly is being made at Virtuous Studio. You know Virtuous Studios?
What did that make?
I want to say they did the Witcher ports for the Switch.
The Switcher, they called it.
Yeah. But supposedly that's the studio. And like that's another game where it's like, all right, well, not only do you have Outer Worlds 2 and Avowed and Fable, but also Oblivion? Granted, it's a game from, 2006? Probably just getting a graphical overhaul. I can't imagine them doing it any more than that.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to, like, do a full-blown remake of the game.
No. That'd take a million years.
And then you sort of wonder, okay, if that's the lineup, which it very well could be, and maybe people will be really happy about Oblivion, I guess you'd say, well, where does that leave Doom the Dark Ages? Where does that leave Fable? And it's like, what about Doom the Dark Ages? You know, like if you're having Avowed and, let's say, South of Midnight. Let's say South of Midnight's March, April. where do you put Doom? May? June? Maybe, I can't see it being July. I really can't even see it being August. September for Doom? But then it's like, okay, well, what about Outer Worlds 2? Is that October? But then there's going to be a new Call of Duty game next year. Is that early November? Late October? I mean, this year it was late October. But then, okay, Fable's supposed to be in there. Is that November? But
Dude.
What?
We're sitting there discussing Xbox having too much content.
Right, but then also, here's the wild card. Grand Theft Auto 6.
What are you talking about?
Because
no one cares about that. It's going to be buried by Monster Hunter. We've been over this.
Because whatever they pick, whatever month they slot, you can't release your game anywhere close to it.
Well, there was a report today, I think PC Gamer dug it out from somewhere, that only 15% of the playtime hours on Steam this year went towards new games. Yes. So, in a universe where Game Pass is a thing, does it even really matter to avoid Grand Theft Auto?
I think it does.
People are hitting their backlogs
because
at random.
I think Grand Theft Auto's the exception, not the rule.
Right.
Maybe it would be if Grand Theft Auto was like a yearly or every 2-year franchise like it originally was. But considering, it's going to be 12 years since the last one, it's going to be the biggest entertainment launch of all time when it does come out, even though it's not going to release on PC. So it doesn't matter that people have Game Pass, because those people are going to play Grand Theft Auto, whether it's for the single player or whether it's for the online. And I guess you could say you could insulate yourself. Be like, all right, well, we're going to release Grand Theft Auto on September 10th. And it's like, well, Outer World's supposed to come out September 20th. Is that really a good thing? And it's like, well, the people in Game Pass will play it. But it's like, I don't know, I'd move it. Like, if the scenario presents itself where Xbox is like, all right, Fable's coming out November 10th. But then Grand Theft Auto says, yeah, actually, we're launching November 5th. I'd delay Fable in a heartbeat. Because regardless of the fact that it's on Game Pass, I know I can't compete with that. Even if, the price to entry is $0. You're not going to compete with the mindshare that is Grand Theft Auto. Because people are going to spend their money, and then they're going to spend their time, because this isn't like a 10-hour game, Jez. This is going to be the new black hole game for a lot of people that they pay for and then that they spend all their time playing. So I think whatever happens, you're delaying stuff.
Yeah.
And then I still also wonder about like some of the other things. Tom Warren originally reported that Gears Z-Day was targeting 2025, if you remember. You remember this? You remember our good buddy Tom Warren reporting about Gears Z-Day coming out next year?
Yeah, well, actually, no. Where did he say that? In one of his newsletters?
Yeah, in one of his newsletters after the showcase, he put out that he was hearing that Gears Z-Day was targeting 2025 and actually was targeting a release date before Fable.
Dude, that's too much, bro.
Is it, though?
I haven't even finished Persona, bro.
Bro,
what are they doing to me, dude?
But not only that,
it's not okay. Actually,
they're still like Forza Horizon, which next year would be 4 years, which is well past what they normally do. They were a 2-year dev cycle team to a 3-year. Now it would be 4-year. And do you release Forza Horizon 6 next year? And, I guess there's a thing of like, well, the games are ready, you got to release them. Sometimes, sure, you'd hold them. I guess the point is they are pretty much stacked for the next couple years with games. And I do think that the question mark of Grand Theft Auto will play out.
I agree.
Because I would imagine any game that comes out, like, if your game is scheduled to come out in October and Grand Theft Auto's coming out in October, well, you're delaying your game. And I sort of wonder how that will affect Xbox's fall, because even when you look at it now, it's like, all right, you have a couple games I think set for the beginning of the year in Avowed and South of Midnight, but where are you releasing Doom? Like we've only seen what a minute and a half trailer of that game. Certainly, you're not releasing it in the first half of the year, right? Otherwise, we would see more. But then maybe we wouldn't.
But we might see it at the Dev Direct. So.
Well, yeah, we could see it at the Dev Direct, or maybe it's at the end of the showcase. It's like, hey, last year they did. What was it? The Call of Duty Direct right after the showcase, and then the year before was a Starfield Direct. You can easily imagine a Doom Direct or a Fable Direct, depending on the release dates of both of those. It's like
Xbox has too much content.
There's a lot of stuff going on here. Not to mention
it's too much. Nah, it's too much content, bro.
It's too much. I think it's like the perfect amount, because this is the things that they've been saying is going to happen for a long time now, about like, hey, game released every quarter and stuff. And I didn't even mention Towerborn, which is supposed to release next year
too much,
as well.
It's too much.
So you'll get
too much. Scale it back. It's too much.
Scale it back. Send it all to PlayStation, as Jez would say.
Yeah, sure would. Put it on the Ouya.
So out of those games that I mentioned, the ones that we know are coming out next year from Xbox, what is the one that you're looking forward to the most?
Well, if Gears of War is dropping next year...
Well, we don't know what it is. I'm just saying, I'm saying out of the ones currently announced for 2025.
Now that I've seen it, Emotion, probably Fable, actually.
Ooh, yeah. You got a glimpse behind the curtain, and now you want more.
See, I did play Fable 1 and 2. I've never played Fable 3, but I did play Fable 1 and 2 when I was a little sprog, and I did really enjoy them. I really, really liked them. But now that I'm old and bitter and cynical, I was kind of like not sold on the humor aspect of it. I like to play games that are serious and depressing. But honestly, what I saw of it felt like it still has a kind of darker tone. It's almost like it's British humor, but it's almost like British dark humor, like A League of Gentlemen, if you've ever heard of that. It's like a horror comedy. I don't know, because the combat that I saw was pretty fucking violent. For what I personally had of Fable in my head, I was like, oh bloody hell, that's actually quite dark. So, yeah, I think Fable, dude. What about you?
Yeah, it's probably still Fable. Honestly, like seeing the footage that you showed me just makes me more excited to see what they've done. I did recall a tweet of yours recently that called it monstrously expensive, which is a good use of that adjective, a monster. The monstrously expensive game.
I use that a lot. I use that a lot in my writing. I probably use it too much, to be honest.
You need to get a thesaurus. Get some new words.
Yeah, usually I just hammer into Google this word synonym when I want to find a new word. Oh man, professional writer, bro. That's me.
There's also people I've seen people send me this. Apparently there's a Call of Duty Black Ops 6 Xbox bundle coming. Have you seen this?
A bit fucking light now, isn't it? That might have helped during Black Friday or something. I do wonder if like Microsoft's looking to Grand Theft Auto to shift hardware, because you know, a lot of people on Xbox are kind of like on past gen. I think it's something like half of all Xbox users are still on Xbox One. And like, I had a conversation with someone just recently because they wanted to play Marvel's Rivals, and Marvel's Rivals is not on Xbox One and PS4, or at least it's not on Xbox One, and I would assume it's not on PS4. And they were like, "Why isn't this on my Xbox?" I was like, "It's because your Xbox is old as shit, and you need to upgrade. Get a Series S, because they had a 1S, right? And they only use it to play like Fortnite and stuff like that. So they were like looking to upgrade, but they were asking me lots of questions like, "Oh, will it still do this? Will it still? How do I get my saves there?" Like, it's like the resistant to change kind of mindset, right? Don't want to upgrade because I like things the way they are. And I was like, well, it's basically the same. You just get more games, right? So I don't know.
I didn't know Marvel Rivals wasn't on previous gen. It's interesting.
It's yeah, I didn't know either until that conversation.
So what do you think? I'm seeing a couple tweets about here about these Xbox consoles. Looks like they're Japanese. Xbox hardware bundled with Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Packaging and everything.
In Japan?
I mean, it's got Japanese writing on it. You know, maybe those do come over here, because I know the hardware for November for Xbox was down 29%.
I know Xbox is not happy about that, but at the same time, it's like, what did you actually do to?
Yeah. It's like
there was no Black Friday deals. There was nothing like that, and there's no stock. I've received a lot of complaints about stock levels in Poland and Finland and other countries. It's like, you're not exactly doing a lot to shift hardware here, Microsoft.
Yeah, and your ad, this is an Xbox, is almost shouting at the rooftops like, you don't need to buy this thing because you have these other things in your life that already do this thing that this other thing can do.
Yeah, it's like, see, this is my whole thing with Xbox's current strategy, right? At a high level, this is my whole thing with it. It's like, yeah, do this stuff, do the cloud, do the PC, do all that stuff, and tell people about it. Just don't forget what you've already got. Because if you go off chasing these new users, which may or may not come, you risk undermining what you've already got and hollowing it out from the inside. You need to be able to sort of serve both. And clearly, they dropped the fucking ball during Black Friday. They really dropped the ball. Because 30% down year over year during Black Friday ain't good, man. And maybe Sony would have been down too if they didn't have a new console to sell. But like, those hardware figures, it's not just like the consoles, it's also controllers, accessories, all that kind of stuff. You know, and Microsoft hasn't done a good job of marketing or promoting its console hardware at all, which is a conduit to selling games and services and software, which they need to sell in order to have a growing business. They should be able to do both. And the fact that they aren't doing both is underperforming, man. It's not good enough. There are things they should be doing or could be doing to improve that situation. Like having some kind of sale or having stock available in all countries at all times is the low-hanging fruit, I would have thought. You should never be in a situation where someone goes into a store looking for your product and it's not there. You know?
Yeah.
And at the same time, I know people, like, if there was stock on the store shelves, you get like the Grifters saying like, "Oh, look, there's stock, no one wants it." But when it's sold out, it's all like, "Oh, it's because they've got no stock because no one wants it." You know, they can't win on the narrative front, but the numbers speak for themselves. If you're 20%, 30% down year over year, someone's failing at their job.
Who do you think's failing at their job then?
Whoever's in charge for selling the hardware.
Sarah Bond?
I don't know.
I mean, wouldn't she?
I mean, she's got a.
Is that her purview? She's head of Xbox. Know. Does that include the hardware?
It's probably someone who answers to Sarah Bond. But that's the thing. It's like maybe they're spread thin. Maybe they're just being told to focus on doing the PC stuff, and then the console just gets fucking neglected. That's the issue, a high level for me. Is the console feels neglected. They should be able to do both. They should be able to give us features, new features, and market the console. You know, it's so strange that we've not had many special editions. The best I could do is like a sparkly Xbox. Like, what the fuck? Last gen, we had like so many badass custom Xbox One consoles, like the multiple Gears Xbox One consoles, and the best I could do for Starfield is give us a wrap with magnets on it. You know, it's like it's a tragedy, man.
Yeah. How many wraps have there done now? 4? Call of Duty 1, Starfield, and like 2 camos, I think.
Not enough, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how successful those have been. And seeing these pictures of like Call of Duty Xbox hardware bundled with Call of Duty Black Ops 6 makes you wonder, why wasn't this a thing for the launch of the game and for Black Friday? Were they not ready? I don't know. I mean,
I've said this before. I've got this long-standing conspiracy theory that Xbox lost some kind of deal with AMD, and now they're at the back of the queue when it comes to silicon. So like they get the Xboxes in when they can get them in, or something like that. I just got this conspiracy theory because they came out of the gate with stock issues, and so did Sony. But then Sony fixed their stock issues, but Xbox never seemed to. You know. And then we constantly get these DMs from people like I had people from Saudi Arabia saying where's the stock? I had people from Finland and people from Poland asking me like, there's no stock in my country, you know. I never get anyone from Germany ask me that though. Germans really don't care about Xbox. I will say though, there is like in my local store, there are like Xbox game cards you can buy.
Right? Yeah, like codes.
Yeah. Yeah, codes. So someone buying them. They've always been here. I've lived here on and off for 10 years, and there's always Xbox codes available to buy. There's no game shop in this town, but
I bet you if you went, to one of those cards and you just put a black marker on the back of it and come back a year later, it's probably still going to be there.
You want me to try?
You might as well just to.
I could try it.
Let's see how long they'll stay, right?
Yeah, Spotify cards, Google Play.
Spotify cards, like huh? They got cards for everything.
Spotify, Netflix.
Hey, you
PlayStation, Robux money.
Before we get, I want to talk about Satya's comments. What did you think of the Superman trailer? Because I did see.
I thought it was pretty.
James Gunn put out a tweet that says, "Crypto really did take us home, with over 250 million views and 1 million social posts. Superman is officially the most viewed and the most talked about trailer in the history of both DC and Warner Brothers. This is because of all of you, etc. Blah 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 blah." So, I know there's been some FUD surrounding the trailer because the Snyder fanboys are out in mass saying how awful the trailer looked and how the new Superman doesn't hold a candle to Henry Cavill, which I do think Henry Cavill was a pretty good Superman. Unfortunately, he was in a movie directed by one of the worst directors out there, Zack Snyder. I don't understand these people that are like, bring back the Snyderverse. Dude, the Snyderverse sucked. It was fucking awful. And it's like they can't move on. It's like, it's dead and over with, bro. I'm sorry that you put your faith into a director who is the epitome of style over substance. But guess what? It failed. And then Zack went on to direct Rebel Moon, which also was a big failure. And it's hilarious. And they get a great director, James Gunn, who directed the Guardians movies, which were awesome. And I watched this trailer and I'm like, yeah, that's Superman. And man, I hope it's really good and I hope it's successful. What did you think?
I thought it looked really good, and I'm not a Superman fan. I didn't really know there was a Super Doggo.
Oh, you didn't know about Crypto, the Super Dog?
I didn't. Cryptocurrency.
Yeah. That's his name, Crypto.
Like the currency? Wait, what?
I mean, crypto existed before. It's crypto with a K, not a C.
Well, okay. I didn't know there was a Super Doggo, for one thing. I thought it looked like there's a lot of characters and villains and heroes and stuff, so it's kind of like setting the tone for their new franchise, I suppose. So yeah, I thought it looked pretty cool, you know. Although I will side with the Snyder Bros that Henry Cavill is just Superman, dude.
Sure. No, I mean, he looks like Superman. Unfortunately, the director of those movies was just awful. So
yeah, it's a shame they didn't just reboot it with him, I suppose.
Yeah. But it probably comes with a lot of baggage at that point, so you probably just want to start fresh. But yeah, that was a cool looking trailer. Can't wait to watch the movie later this year. Hopefully.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Is it in the same universe as Pattinson?
No, they already said no.
So how does that work?
Pattinson,
is he gonna have his own Superman or what?
Well, Pattinson is an Elseworld story, kind of like Joker.
What does that mean?
It means it's a story set outside the current continuity. It's like another tale, another take on Batman. You know.
But aren't they gonna do more Pattinson movies?
They are. They're doing Batman 2, which I think starts filming next year for release in 2026.
And they also did, that Gotham TV show, which is Pattinson, right?
Penguin?
With Penguin.
Yes.
Penguin. Yeah.
Yes. But they're also gonna have so they are.
There's gonna be a new Batman as well.
There are gonna be a new Batman and a new Robin. That's gonna be within the universe that this Superman exists in.
That's confusing, bro.
Yeah, I'm sure the people at DC are. That's why I think this next Batman movie with Matt Reeves and Pattinson is probably the last one. Then they'll get rid of it, and then it'll just be the Batman. I think it's like the Batman Brave and Bold is the one they're going for. So,
but I like emo Batman, dude.
Yeah, Pattinson was great. So,
why couldn't they just make it in that universe? Why did they have to keep resetting it, dude?
Because DC killed their universe with Black Adam and Aquaman 2 and everything. Like you had Aquaman 2, which made over $1 billion, like only make $200 million for the sequel. You know, they just killed off any sort of excitement for whatever they were doing. I don't know.
Well,
hopefully this is a fresh start.
What about John Cena?
What about John?
Ain't he a DC character now?
Yeah, Peacemaker.
Is he in Pattinson universe?
No, he's in the current one, James Gunn one.
So he's in the current universe.
Yes.
So what else is Aquaman in the current universe?
No, they're gonna recast Aquaman.
Fucking hell. Can't keep up.
Dude, this isn't rocket science, okay? It's comic book shit.
It's comic book shit, okay.
Comic book shit.
It, bro.
Anyways. We kind of little talked about this before, but Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella wants to redefine what it means to be an Xbox fan. And a lot of people were really upset with his comments to these shareholders. Question was, shareholders are also interested in our gaming business. Our acquisition of Activision Blizzard King, Satya, how are you feeling about the early return on that investment and the progress on your overall gaming strategy over the last year? Now, it's probably new for Satya because in his previous years, investors didn't give a flying fuck about Xbox. So you never would have to answer any questions about gaming whatsoever. So this is a big change for him. Now it's just like, oh shit, we're going to get questions about this? Oh man, okay. So Satya says, I'm feeling very, very good about where we are in gaming. In fact, right now, this is like the peak season in gaming. Obviously, with Black Ops and new Call of Duty, It's just been fantastic to see the launch and the marketing around it, the buzz around it, and the love for gaming. You notice a whole bunch of buzzwords there, right? Anything he even says there really means anything.
He didn't say metaverse.
Yeah. If I think about it right, we chose the secular growth category in entertainment, which we think is gaming, and said, let's double down on it. And so we said, let's take that joy of gaming everywhere. And that's why even these ads with Xbox Now, where we are redefining what it means to be an Xbox fan, it's about being able to enjoy Xbox on all your devices. And more importantly, I think in the long term, as a company, we can bring the best of AI innovation, cloud innovation, console innovation, PC innovation to build the best games that can be enjoyed by gamers everywhere. So, Jez, how did you feel to have your fandom redefined by Satya, as he once redefined your love of Windows phones by shutting it down completely?
Well, my first thought was...
Does your frustration at Satya know no bounds?
It has bounds. It has bounds. What it doesn't have is sort of like surprise, I guess.
Okay.
I'm not surprised that Satya would say things that are completely tone deaf.
Yeah.
Just generally saying things that are the antithesis of what any gamer, I think, wants to hear, no matter what ecosystem you're in, is basically a suit telling you what you should think, which is essentially what he did there. And impose the shareholders' will on people who were investing in that ecosystem long before they were. So it irritated me. But when it's in context of, to shareholders, and probably didn't expect it to be blasted out like it was, and it was kind of like you mentioned, it was comments that were only became more relevant after my article kind of went viral.
Well, your article and your comments were first, and then Satya said what he said, and then people freaked out. Well, it was like...
No, but wasn't Satya... Wasn't it recorded?
Well, it was recorded before the Game Awards, but nobody noticed it. And then Outer Worlds 2 was announced for PS5 at the Game Awards. Then your tweets happened about there being no more exclusives, and then Stephen Totillo and everybody wrote about these comments he made before the Game Awards and the shareholder meeting.
Yeah.
But it all kind of coalesced into this bigger thing, because all of a sudden all these things were happening at once.
Sure were.
I mean,
it's no big deal.
No, because, even when I look at this, he's not saying anything he's never said before. This is all just boilerplate response from Satya about Activision and gaming in general. Like the idea of, we're going to bring gaming to everybody. I mean, that's what Satya's been saying forever. So, like, nothing here is new. But
no.
With Xbox in this new direction, flirting with multi-platform releases, and the new ad campaign, it sort of feels like it's taking on a new identity, shall we say. And, people let their imaginations run wild with stuff, and they let their emotions cloud their rational judgment. And it's like, oh, you're going to redefine me? Who the fuck do you think you are, Satya? Redefining me? I've been around here for 20 years. You can't redefine what my fandom is. So, like, when you look at it, what he said is going to rankle the Xbox fan, because the Xbox fans are already sitting there being, like, assaulted from all the different ways, like, no more exclusives and this and yada yada, like, oh my god, change is bad. And then he's like, redefining, and then it's like, oh, just another thing on top of everything else. It's like the final, feather that breaks the camel's back, or the drop of water that, breaks the dam wide open, right?
Yeah.
But like,
it just comes back to that sort of discussion we were having at the start of the show, where it's like, we used to be important and now we're not.
Well, yeah. They used to talk directly to us and care what we think. Now they don't care. You know, now they're almost daring you to be like, oh yeah, you know what? Leave. Go ahead. We'll bet you won't. We got you. We have all your games as basically, you know, as they're hostage. All of your games are held hostage. Go ahead, leave. Go to PlayStation. Go to PC. Rebuild your library. Bet you won't. You know?
Does he say it like that?
I mean, you could imagine Satya saying like that, looking at the camera with that sly smile he sometimes does. You know, like when he said, "Let us compete." You can just imagine saying, "I bet you won't."
Let us compete.
Bet
Everyone
you
loves
won't.
Satya when he said that.
Sure did.
Let us compete.
They don't like him now though.
No, they don't.
I mean, because I guess because this is the first ad that they've done where it's highlighting the entire Xbox ecosystem. So it is redefining Xbox in the eyes of the public, not in the eyes of us, because we've known about this, right? And even you've like evangelized the idea of like how cool it is to take a game from your console and play it on your PC and then take it to the cloud,
It's
right?
cool as shit. I love it.
And oh my god, the cloud saves it goes with you, and it's like magic in a way.
It's
right?
great. I love it. Yeah, it's magic. It is magic.
But
a dream, bro.
It's also a thing that I don't really think is talked about enough, and it's definitely something that's never been marketed enough. And so when they say, "Oh, we're redefining it," it's like that's what now they're presenting it to the world of like this is Xbox and this is what it means to be. So it's like I get what he's saying. And I get he's like explaining it to an investor who's like, hey, why did you dump $70 billion of our money into Activision Blizzard? What are we getting out of this? You know what I mean? And it's just like, all right, here's the answer about, well, we're going everywhere and all these devices, the typical boilerplate stuff. And guess what? He did mention AI and he did mention cloud in here, Jez. AI innovation and cloud innovation. I wonder what this has to do with Xbox. I wonder if the next console is going to be jam packed with AI chips and cloud stuff to make the really powerful, you know, and all that stuff, right?
It's definitely going to have an MPU, definitely. Because like with the cloud stuff, to make this shit interesting to shareholders, they've got to tie it to what they're currently doing. I suppose the real question is like, how much will the MPU inflate the price? You know, potentially. But I think that with the whole Satya stuff, part of the issue is just a reminder that that you were silly for ever thinking you were anything other than just a customer to Xbox. And I think you've always said that. You know, to these corporations, you are just a customer. You are just a number in an Excel spreadsheet at the end of the day. And there are individuals at Xbox who definitely love the community and want to do right by the community. I think Phil Spencer's one of them. But from a broad strokes perspective, it always just boils down to, we don't care if you like us. We care if you give us loads of money. And that's kind of like where I worry there's a disconnect, because Xbox's assumption seems to be, if people don't want to buy Xbox, then it's a trend that's affecting everyone. It's not something they can control. And my argument would be, you absolutely can control it. You can do more stuff to keep selling this stuff. But Microsoft has historically been this kind of company that goes with the flow and doesn't try and fight for things. And they tend to like, you know that meme of the dude mining and he gives up just before he hits the diamonds? That's kind of Microsoft. You know, they've just given up on HoloLens, for example. And now you've got like companies like Xreal making pretty small glasses, which have HD screens in them, which are actually really, really good. And they just released a version that have a chip in them for tracking. And now Google's like, well, actually, this, you know, these smart glasses might actually be a thing. We're going to get on board with this. But Microsoft was first to the plate with HoloLens, and they exited before they could even benefit from it.
Do you remember that whole Minecraft demonstration they did at 1 year at the Xbox's E3? The HoloLens
yeah, it was magic.
Thing? Oh my god.
I thought it was cool as hell, man. But that's what Microsoft does. Is they give up before it becomes a thing, and you know, there's no guarantee that augmented reality will become a thing, but it sure looks a lot more interesting when you've got AI factoring in, you know. But I don't know. It's Microsoft for you. They give up.
Yeah, or they're too early, which I sometimes think they're going to are on this initiative, is that they're just, people aren't ready for it and they're too early. And maybe it's something
maybe.
that, is more widely accepted 5 years from now rather than right now. And they'll pay the price for their early thinking.
That's the worry. That's the worry for me. It's too early, mismanaged, bad messaging, alienates the customers.
I sort of feel like,
and that's it.
as good as because I do think the ad was good, I also feel that neither the PC app nor cloud is really where it needs to be in terms of first impressions. Like, if somebody sees that ad and is like, "Oh shit, I can play I can play an Xbox game on my phone or my laptop or my PC," because let's imagine, people don't know that. And sometimes we think because we know that, we also assume everybody else knows that, which is not the case. But if you're somebody watching that and you're like, "Oh man," and then you rush to get your phone, is that experience through cloud? I mean, you can make the argument that Xbox's cloud is probably the worst performant cloud experience out there. Yeah, especially in comparison to GeForce now. And it's like, to even have a good experience, you probably need, like a backbone. So if someone's like, "All right, let me go to cloud," and then you try to play something like Call of Duty Touch on your phone, it's probably not a great experience. So then is like that person then turned off about the idea of, okay, because of my bad experience with this cloud game on my phone, I'm no longer interested in what Xbox is doing anywhere else. I could see that being an issue. I could see someone being like, "I didn't know this, and I'm just loving playing these games on the PC. I'm going to actually buy a console for the native experience." I'm sure that could happen too. But I also wonder, like, the opposite of that, of like somebody playing on the Xbox app on PC, and everybody always tells me how awful it is, although it's gotten better. And it's like, does that person have a really good experience with that to the point where they want to try it again? I sort of feel like maybe they should have waited to do this until they actually nailed those aspects of it, where it feels good to play and all that stuff on it. Like, the PC app is great, the mobile app is great. I don't know. Maybe it's one of those things where they just had to do it now because this is part of their strategy, and they see the hardware declining, and it's all about getting ready for next generation and building all these things together. So it all comes into like, hey, everything by 2026 is great, and 2027 it's all working. We need to move before Steam gets there and does these things, and before PlayStation does these things and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel they're just a tad bit early, and they don't have those apps where they would want them to be for the best, like, quality experience.
Yeah. But Rand,
we got Justin with $100 super chat here. He says, "Xbox gamers since December of 2001. With the pivot, I've decided to sell my Series X and get a PS5. If your only incentive is short-term timed exclusives, you lost a long-term customer. If Xbox is everything, Xbox is also nothing. You're now just a larger Activision." Harsh words from Justin. What do you think about that, Jez?
Well, I don't know.
I mean,
I would argue that Xbox is in a better place than it's been in years. We're getting more third-party support than ever. Death Stranding just dropped. Game Pass is awesome. And I prefer the controller, so there's nothing really so compelling to me about PlayStation that it would make me want to make it my primary console. There's a lot of games I want to play on PlayStation, but increasingly those games are coming to PC. So, like, and I have a PC anyway because of work and whatever, and because everyone's got a PC. So I'm kind of like, my PC is my PlayStation, and my Xbox is my primary gaming machine. That's kind of how I see it. But you got to do what feels right for you. And I think part of gaming is not just the act of playing games. And this is something I think Xbox doesn't get to some degree. Part of gaming is the fandom of gaming and being a fan of gaming, not just playing the games. For a lot of people, it is just playing the games, playing Fortnite or a FIFA with friends or whatever. But I think for like the enthusiast audience, which is a high spending, highly engaged audience, I think actually being a fan of the industry in general is also important too. Like in wrestling, you know, you got your smart marks, right? The people who are interested in the gossip, they're highly engaged, super fans in essence. So I think there's a validity to that, like that sense of like community that Xbox has or has had previously, maybe still has, I don't know, as being part of the fun. And if you feel like Xbox has eroded that and that's no longer made the platform no longer fun for you, then yeah, I would say yeah, vote with your wallet, man. So
Yeah.
but I do hope that even if you don't play on Xbox, that you stick with us here at Xbox 2, because even though we don't play on PlayStation, our primary machine, still got a lot of respect for PlayStation, personally. Rand plays on PlayStation. I play on PC. I also play on cloud. So we are kind of a multi-platform podcast in a way.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
Xbox centric.
it's like I always said, you need to do what's best for you. You know, it's your money at the end of the day. You don't owe the corporations anything. You know, you don't owe them your loyalty because they won't have any loyalty to you. So
evidenced from Satya's comments.
You're gonna go wherever is the best, and I'm not gonna tell somebody they should, you know, hey, you should pick Xbox over X, Y, or Z. I mean, I could tell you why, like, I play at Xbox and what matters to me, and why, you know, I wouldn't necessarily change where I play unless, you know, games start really the games I'm looking forward to start skipping the platform. Then I would be like, all right, well, something needs to be changed. But yeah, it's your money. You work hard for it. If you feel that you're not getting, you know, a fair shake at Xbox and Game Pass doesn't mean much to you, and if you feel that you can play everything on a different console, because you did ask me this, Jez. You asked me, if Xbox putting their games on other platforms devalues Xbox? I said, what did I say to you? I said it actually makes the other platforms more desirable. Because in that scenario, you can get a PlayStation that gets all the third-party games and hardly ever gets skipped, plus the PlayStation exclusives, plus Xbox's own games. Because you ain't getting PlayStation exclusives on Xbox. And there are going to be third-party games that skip. So I said it doesn't necessarily devalue the Xbox console, but it makes the PlayStation and Nintendo console more desirable, because now those are getting games that they previously wouldn't get. So I'm not surprised that some people are going to take their money and be like, I feel also that Xbox doesn't have a future in hardware, and, you know, like, I'm just going to go over here and I'm just going to play here, and that's going to be the new thing. It's like, all right, hey, it's your money. You work for it. You need to determine what's best for you. And that goes with for anything in life. Anything that you buy, you know, you shouldn't really have any blind loyalty to any corporation, because they'll turn their back on you in a heartbeat.
Yeah, look at Windows Phone. I'm still bitching about that 10 years later. Yeah. But Rand, my dude, let's wrap it up and get some Patreon Q&As, because I am a sleepy boy.
All right, so thank you guys. Make sure you hit the like button if you enjoyed the show, and you know, subscribe if you haven't. For those of you that don't know, we are doing a giveaway on Patreon right now for headset, right, Jez? What is it?
Yeah, the Turtle Beach Stealth 700 Gen 3 model, which is fantastic. It's a really, really good headset. Cobalt blue version we're giving away. It's compatible with every platform. So Yeah,
And then
no
we
matter
will be
what
giving
kind
away
of
a
gamer you are.
Series X, next week or the week after?
Yeah, we're giving away the Cobalt Blue headset on discord.gg/XB2 in the giveaways channel. It's free to enter. Just, sign up, drop in, click the button. And then next week, we're giving away an Xbox Series X all digital. So for sure, you want to stick around for that one. And then I'll ship that out around New Year's.
All right. So let me get some of these Patreon questions. You can join patreon.com/xb2 for dropping the questions, getting early access to some of the podcasts, getting access, the giveaways or whatever. So let's go. We have Sith Lord who says, with Christmas around the corner, what are some of your favorite Christmas experiences? In 2000, I got a PS2 Tekken, Madden, NHL, and Ready to Rumble. I didn't expect it. I didn't ask for one. It was a big surprise, and I loved it, and I'll always remember that Christmas. I don't really have memories of individual Christmases. I just remember Christmas was always when I would get video games, where I would, see my grandparents. My grandparents would come in their Cadillac, and it would be filled to the brim with presents, and they would take like 20 minutes to unload the car while us kids were sitting there looking at this incredible mountain of gifts. And I would be like going through and looking at everything, like, oh, that's a game. It's a shape. Oh, that's got to be a game. So I don't really remember any specific Christmas itself, just that how I used to feel when my grandparents would come over with their gifts, and just that excitement you get before you open the presents and stuff. And you'd get like Nintendo games or Sega games or whatever. What about you, Jez?
I've told this story before, but like one Christmas I was really ill. I was really, really sick. I had glandular fever. It was a really weird sickness I had. And my parents were like, you can have one of your gifts early, because my illness, I was off school, but then my illness sort of dovetailed into the Christmas vacation. So I ended up having like a month off school. And my parents let me have my copy of Silent Hill 2 early for Christmas. So I was just sick, delirious from fever, scaring myself half to death playing Silent Hill 2 and like doing all the endings and getting all the secrets and stuff like that. So
that's cool.
That's one for me. I was kind of like, I was in my older teens then, like, well, I suppose mid-teens, like 14, 15, 13, something like that. It's 14 maybe. So that was kind of like the last Christmas where I was kind of still treated like a kid and got presents. So after that, I was like too old to get presents and just maybe got money or something.
Okay.
I suppose that's memorable for me.
We got Silas. Merry Christmas, boys. I hate this love affair that Xbox and Sony have with AMD. They're garbage. Their super resolution sucks. Their ray tracing is laughable compared to NVIDIA. And they aren't pushing technology forward. I read that they stick with the AMD because of cost and backwards compatibility. Well, you get what you pay for. I'm really interested now that NVIDIA is making a custom solution for the Switch 2 instead of off-the-shelf Tegra for the OG Switch. What they can come up with in regards to a cost-effective solution. If I were Xbox, being that they've shown they don't care about loyal console owners with a large library, shake things up by ditching AMD and going with ARM NVIDIA solution. The long-time Xbox base, the ones that will buy an Xbox console, would, in my opinion, pay a premium for significantly better tech. Thoughts?
Well, this kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, where my theory that Microsoft's going to let OEMs make hardware. So if the next Xbox operating system is more Windows-like than ever, it's conceivable that you'll be able to run it on an NVIDIA-based system. So maybe you will see NVIDIA-based Xbox consoles. But I ain't a super technical guy. Maybe there's reasons why they can't do that. Maybe there'll be like some kind of requirement that it has an AMD for backwards compatibility reasons, and we do have the whole backwards compatibility pledge and team within Xbox, because that's another thing. I would say Xbox is underrated for its dedication to backwards compatibility. Xbox has better backwards compatibility than PlayStation does, and it's not something that they're praised often enough for, in my opinion. So maybe there's an AMD reason why it has to be that way, like Rand said. But one thing that you don't want to see is an ARM-based Xbox, because ARM-based Windows. I was reading an article the other day where it was like ARM-based Windows laptops have like a high return rate because of compatibility issues.
Yeah. Well,
we just had some breaking news that Qualcomm just beat ARM in court. So,
well, didn't Nvidia do the GPU for the first OG Xbox?
I have no idea.
And it was, I remember like the quotes being like, yeah, we basically sold every Xbox with $100 tapped on it because Nvidia wouldn't lower their prices, and that's one of the reasons why the OG Xbox only lasted for 4 years, because they couldn't like cut costs on it. It was too expensive, and then they switched to PowerPC for the 360, but eventually AMD. Yeah, I think it all just comes down to cost, really. Who's gonna make it the cheapest so they can mass produce these things? And even recently, there was an article about PlayStation, how they chose AMD over Intel for the next PlayStation. And we were like, Intel? Like, why the hell would you go with Intel?
The new Intel GPU is getting some good reviews.
No, I'm just saying, like, why would PlayStation even consider Intel? And it's like, doesn't even sound like Nvidia's even sort of thought about, and it's probably because maybe Nvidia wouldn't even want to do it. Where, you know, it sort of seems like AMD's like, isn't a lot of their business tied up into the consoles and how much they do for it?
AMD's suffering right now, so
I don't know, but maybe you could be right. Maybe in the future there's a $1,500 Xbox that has an Nvidia GPU or whatever, third party made.
Would you buy it, Ron? Would you buy a $1,500 Xbox that was just basically Xbox but way more powerful with perfect ray tracing and all that shit?
I don't know. I'd have to see what it is first. So I mean, at that point, you're progressing like almost pretty close to PC. It's like that I already have here. So, and $1,500 is a lot of money. So,
not for you.
Yes, for me.
You're a rich YouTuber.
No, I am not, Jez. You keep on saying that, but I am not.
You got a Lambo, dude. I've seen it.
I wish I did. Blood Lambo like Kevin Owens does.
You and Mr. Beast and Logan Paul hanging out with all the other YouTube cabal.
IGN just destroyed Mr. Beast's new show. Gave it a 2 out of 10.
Really?
Yeah.
That's funny. I saw it. There's something wrong with that dude, man. Whenever I see a picture of Mr. Beast, he's got this sort of dead look in his eyes and this sort of painted on smile. It kind of creeps me out. Is that really unfair and rude?
No.
No. It's but it kind of does, man. What if he's like a skinwalker, bro? You heard of skinwalkers?
I have. Hey, we got Rave Danvos here saying, ho, 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 holiday hooligans. Jez, is there any correlation between the Microsoft Store update that enables Microsoft to update apps that are hosted elsewhere and the possibility that the Steam Store or Epic Game Store could become a listed app within the Microsoft Store? If the Steam app was added to the Xbox Store, that would bring Steam games to Xbox and would promote the future that Xbox wants so badly on Android and iOS.
They have kind of done that already. The Amazon Store was available on the Microsoft Store previously, I think. But I actually missed that update you were talking about. Like, I do know that they were working on expanding games and apps to be able to use their own content delivery networks, which was what was preventing Final Fantasy 14 from launching on Xbox originally. But I'd have to look a bit more into that. But I do think it makes sense that Microsoft would want those stores to exist within its store, because Microsoft Store is pre-installed and it's like the default, right? So any app that's actually good and worth having, you would hope would be available within that framework, but I don't know.
All right, so we got Achievement. It says, isn't it kind of awkward that Xbox has been collaborating with Epic on UE5? Phil name dropped wanting Epic Game Store on Xbox. I don't think they have actually said anything about Steam on Xbox. No, they haven't. And they assisted Epic with their trial against Apple and Google. But they don't put any of their games on the Epic Game Store. But they do on Steam. It's such an awkward partnership between Xbox and Epic.
I was thinking about that the other day.
PlayStation actually puts their games on Epic, which is or some of their games at least are on Epic Game Store. But yeah, Epic
they've got some kind of deal.
But Microsoft doesn't put any of their games on the Epic Game Store. But I mean, Tim Sweeney's only said great things about Microsoft in the Windows Store, so I don't know. Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, Microsoft wants to promote its own Xbox app for PC, and from what I've heard, it's doing pretty well. It's starting to hit stride, and it has more footfall than you think. Obviously, it's a conduit for Game Pass today, but there are more and more games that are just coming out there by default. And if like our speculations are accurate about the next gen system being a Windows-based device where Play Anywhere is the default, then conceivably you could see a lot more games hitting that system, right? So it is weird that they don't support the Epic Game Store, but it's also not. I think they support Steam because it's huge. But I could see potentially a future where Microsoft might be like, oh, actually, our store's big enough now. Maybe we don't need PlayStation. Maybe we don't even need... maybe we don't need Steam. Maybe we don't even need PlayStation, you know? So I don't think like Microsoft's commitment to those platforms is necessarily out of the goodness of their heart. It's because it's right now it makes sense, you know.
Yeah.
But one day it might not make sense, and they will pull it, you know, because at the end of the day, what's guiding them, as we've all discussed, is the money. So
we have Sierra11 Kevin who says, "Hey Rand and Jez, as always, appreciate you both. In 2024, Microsoft showed that anything could be possible with Xbox Now with games going to competing platforms. So let's play a game. Knowing anything could be possible with Xbox, what is a totally wild speculation prediction you could throw out there that you would never thought possible before with Xbox but could happen now? As an example, I predict Xbox will expand their Play Anywhere games to include those sold on PlayStation and Nintendo. Reason being, if those users switch to PC, they would have an incentive to use the Microsoft Store, perhaps even leading to a PC Game Pass sub. What are your wild speculations you never thought would be possible before? Maybe some underlying truth on Randall Predictor's example." What do you think, Jez? Give us a prediction.
What a prediction!
I don't know.
A fully AI generated Banjo-Kazooie reboot.
Yeah. Okay.
Whole game is AI generated.
Okay.
Even the voices. That's a monkey paw thing right there.
Yeah, right. Here we got a Banjo game. It's finally here, but it's an AI, completely made by AI.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're talking about anything is possible with Xbox, and then, you know, I guess something that you would
Microsoft buys Nintendo.
No, like you never thought would be possible.
A Blizzard.
I think I already sort of mentioned it earlier in the show, but what about the idea of you tune in to watch the Switch 2 reveal, and you're seeing the new Super Mario Brothers, and you're seeing Mario Kart 9, you're seeing the new Pokemon, but then all of a sudden you see Master Chief. And it's a trailer for the Halo Master Chief collection.
You know what would be funny? If Microsoft does like multi-platform chicken with PlayStation, where they're like, okay, you're not going to support us we're not going to support you, but we will support Switch and screw you over, kind of thing.
Be funny, but yeah, I mean, you want to talk about something you never thought you'd ever see? Halo on other platforms, like the Switch 2, like at the reveal. You know, how people would just lose their minds, you know? That's the one that comes to my mind.
Yeah.
Mike says, "Hey gents, I have a friend who is a big PlayStation fan and loves Final Fantasy. He told me that Sony has exclusivity of the remake trilogy. I've tried digging. Jez, do you know if this is true? Rand, how Metaphor is going? I haven't started it yet. We'll see if I even play it. Have a good weekend and a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to everyone."
They do have exclusivity, but it's not permanent. Final Fantasy VII Remake will eventually be on Xbox. I guarantee it.
Yeah.
It just might be a while.
That sounds exactly what I would say. Sick and Tired says, with the recent sales reports for Xbox in November, when do you think the alarm bells will ring at Microsoft headquarters? It's getting pretty dire at this point. Anyhow, thanks for a good 2024, and I hope you two hairy men have a great Christmas and New Year. Keep safe. Oh, I'm sure.
I am not hairy. I've got Manscaped, baby.
Yeah, I'm sure they're not happy with those sales. The alarm bells, I mean, I would imagine they've been going off for a while with like how far the Xbox hardware stuff has dwindled in recent years, especially quarter by quarter. Jez, I think you mentioned even before that they weren't happy with those numbers, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. We'll see what they do. PandaMan77 says, Merry Christmas, guys. With gaming backlogs as long as they are and service games, I don't know when I'll have enough time to beat games. Have you heard what the average game time is for an Xbox user? I did 220 hours on Xbox, not including Steam, and I don't see it changing. I typically play an hour or so a night. Long games sit unbeaten, and I'm at a point where I don't even want to play them. Thanks, guys.
I was on a conversation with a friend yesterday where it was like, because I've kind of done all my big projects at work now. I had like loads of big projects pretty much the entire quarter. Quarter 4 is always horrible at work because it's like Black Friday, Game Awards, and then like our own awards that we do, which is like a big project. Not so much on the game side, but our tech awards is a big project because Windows, we are more of a tech site, Windows Central. So I've done all those projects. I finished them all. I'm like, yeah, finally, I can finally relax. And yesterday, after finishing, because I kind of finished my major projects yesterday, I did a couple of bits today, just some fun articles. I've written an article, 5 things I want from Xbox for Christmas, which should go out of the weekend for fun. But I was too tired to play any games, man. I just lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, watching YouTube clips, and I often just feel too damn tired to play games.
I don't know.
Rand always clowns on me.
No, I clown on you for not beating games.
Yeah, but I am honestly too tired a lot of the time.
I mean, you play too much World of Warcraft and Overwatch. You know?
I haven't touched Warcraft for like weeks. Not months, but probably about 2 months. 6 weeks, something like that.
I don't know what the average game time is for an Xbox user.
I have no idea. I don't think that information's really available.
I mean, you can look at the Xbox stats and see like how many hours you put in there and where you rank in the Xbox percentile to kind of figure out something. But I mean, I don't think you got to put in that many hours to be in like the top 1%. But yeah, I would imagine most people don't play that long. I mean, when you people talk about Xbox hardware and how it's not selling well. I mean, they still probably have 30 million. And then whatever people are still playing on Xbox One. So if you say they got 50, 60 million people playing on console, I would imagine the vast majority of those ain't playing that much. It'll be like the super hardcore with the thousands of hours, and then, like an average playtime is probably maybe 100 hours a year, probably even less. I don't know. Not sure what it would be. Wagerman says, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Let's play a game. Xbox releases Doom, Avowed, The Outer Worlds 2, South of Midnight, Towerborn, New COD, Fable next year, and they all sell well. Game Pass subscriptions go at a good pace. Xbox announces new hardware launching 2026. They break revenue records each quarter. At what point do Xbox owners critical of their impending strategy change their tune? Well, I think you would have to see how the next generation of hardware actually, because I think my concern was about the support the next generation of Xbox consoles will have. And I don't think because those games sell well and Game Pass grows would imply that the next console would get great support, better support than the current one. So that would be something.
That's why it needs to be tied to Windows. Because if it was tied to Windows in the Xbox PC store, and Microsoft can just be out there to devs say, look, if you're building the game for Xbox, you're also building it for PC, which is everywhere all at once, like the movie. So I don't see Xbox having diminished support next gen, personally.
Well, I'm just answering his question. When do you see owners critical of changing their tune? It would like
yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, a lot of the narratives are kind of set by influential YouTubers and games media and stuff like that. I did see GameIndustry.biz put out a positive article about Xbox's direction, which was a surprise.
Is it positive? You never know.
Yeah, it was. It was actually. Like forward-facing, positive kind of thing. But that's the thing; it's all about revenue. So, if Xbox hardware is doing bad, that kind of like there'll always be some kind of metric where a fanboy or someone who's decided to be a hater, because there's a lot of Xbox fans who are, on Twitter who still play on Xbox that are mad at Xbox all the time in my replies. And I think like there'll always be like Sakana figures about Xbox's hardware sales going down.
Yeah.
But I suppose like if they do go to the system where anyone can make Xbox hardware, it's kind of like how do you measure that? How do you measure all those sales? Because maybe Asus doesn't share its Xbox hardware sales with Sakana and stuff like that. So I guess eventually people will get tired of the debates, and Xbox will redefine what it actually means to be successful in this industry. And in a way, Tencent already did that. Tencent's only KPI above revenue is engagement. That's their only KPI. Engagement, 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 and then the revenue will come. That's the idea. The lowest barriers to entry, free to play everything free to play, free to play, free to play. And the halo effect of access drives the revenue. So like the access is the gasoline,
Right.
And so that's the model Xbox is following, and I suppose people who are obsessed with hardware sales, they'll have to go to PlayStation to feel better about themselves, I guess. But
Good old Colin says, Happy Holidays, Rand Jez. With the recent announcement that Amazon is renewing Secret Level, what games should be featured in the next season? The only proviso is that these games haven't appeared on video before, such as The Last of Us, Fallout, or League of Legends. P.S. Weeaboos speak. Jez, are you watching Dandadine on Netflix?
Dandadine? No, I'm not, but I've heard a lot of good things about it. I have seen it. It comes up recommended for you, so maybe I should watch it. But wasn't that Secret Level thing? Wasn't it like critically panned?
I don't think it was reviewed well, but apparently it broke a bunch of records for them, and they renewed it for season 2, so it did well enough viewership wise. I would like to see some Xbox stuff, like actual Halo, but in the vein of the Warhammer short, right? How cool that would be, or something like that, like Xbox represented, there. maybe
You
like
could also do
Half-Life or
Warcraft.
Portal would be
Warcraft.
cool. Warcraft, like
Warcraft.
you said. Resident Evil.
Monster Hunter.
You go with Monster Hunter. Mass Effect. Like how cool those would be in the short form stuff. You just go through.
You know what would be kind of cool?
What?
Blasphemous.
Yeah.
Hyper violent. Depressing. Cult of the Lamb. Although, isn't Cult of the Lamb getting a TV show? Or
Might be.
Did it already get one? I don't know.
Big Fluffy Bunny says, "Happy holidays, everyone." Jez, good to have you back. My question this week is on game preservation. Do you think that having older games accessible to future generations is important? I would love for my son to be able to play much more than what is available currently. Many good games get lost between the cracks for reasons. Thanks for the great content every week. I appreciate you.
There's so much content. It'd be impossible to preserve everything, I think. But
I mean, I do think it's
important.
important.
I agree
though.
in essence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think it's important, and I do think there's like really no reason why it shouldn't be outside of like the things that are like because of the way it's structured. It was like, well, PS4, PS5, like Xbox One and Xbox Series, like they'll always be back and pad as long as they stick with the same structure, but they were always sort of changing before. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think game preservation is something that should be. I mean, personally, I don't care because I'm not going to play any of those games. But I do think, as like the history of gaming, it should be more of a like industry-led endeavor to like, oh, that arcade game doesn't exist. There should be some way of cataloging it for history purposes rather than like, hey, my 10-year-old wants to play Altered Beast or something.
Altered Beast is sick.
I don't know. It's just, I'm not interested in playing any of the old games, but I know a lot of people do like to do them. And it sort of does seem like gaming is the only industry where the past is sort of forgotten in a way, or isn't accessible. Like all the movies that have ever come out have sort of always, I mean, I guess there's probably some that aren't available anymore to buy and that probably aren't on streaming, but yeah, I wonder if they're going through the same thing with movies right now, because I would imagine there's a whole bunch that probably aren't accessible either.
Yeah, the streaming stuff.
Yeah, maybe it's like, oh, there's only so many copies or whatever, but anyways. Omen says, so I met with a bunch of friends this week that I hadn't seen in a while, and it was heartening to see a lot of people are playing Indiana Jones and loving it. The funny thing, though, is they all bought it on Steam, and they all didn't understand why it wasn't on PS5. The reason is because they don't know that Bethesda is owned by Xbox, and can you blame them? There's no Xbox logo at all when you play the game. So my question is, why does Xbox routinely refuse to make it clear to consumers that Bethesda and ABK are owned and aligned with Xbox? Even with Indiana Jones, it isn't even a win for Xbox brand because the normies don't know Bethesda is owned by Xbox. I don't know.
This is an issue. This is something that I was thinking about writing on. It's like if Xbox is the ecosystem and the content, why isn't Xbox doing more to exemplify that? Like Nintendo would be all over that shit. If Nintendo owned all the stuff that Microsoft owns, you can bet your ass the first thing they'd do was slap a Nintendo logo on World of Warcraft, slap a Nintendo logo on this and that and the other, and so will PlayStation. And I think it's dumb that they don't.
Yeah.
I would be all over that shit personally. So it is something I think I should probably write up, but the answer is I don't know why they don't, but I think they should.
He says, I doubt many even know that Call of Duty is owned by Xbox. I know I've asked this question in many different ways in the past, but at this point, it definitely seems deliberate, and it's gone on long enough that there must be a reason why Microsoft is choosing not to align the brands. Anyways, have a great holiday, and good luck finishing Persona 5, Jez.
Yeah.
I don't think they ever will align the brands. I think it's just it's clearly a decision that they allow them to make, like Bethesda and Activision were. like if you were to like Indiana Jones, I bet you when you boot up that game on PlayStation, it's not even going to have Xbox listed anywhere. It's Bethesda publishing that game, not Xbox, regardless of the fact that Xbox owns it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the same happened for Call
I
of
think
Duty
that's a
and
mistake.
stuff. I agree, it's a mistake. I agree. I think Xbox should be plastered all over that shit. But for whatever reason, they don't want to do it. Maybe it's, I don't know. Maybe it's something in the contract for the like when they were purchased that they had final say in how it was presented. I don't know. Who knows? But I agree. Like that shit should say Xbox front and center, but they don't, and I think it's an issue as well. Governor Grimm says, Merry Christmas, guys. I'm looking forward to the games next year, specifically Avowed and Fable. I've moved to PC, but still have my Series X and a Series S. When will they finally get Project Rainway out to the public? A large part of my frustration is how disparate the various Xboxes are. Streaming, console, and PC are all different libraries with different rules, and Battle.net is not cohesive with PC Game Pass. When or will these groups be combined for a seamless transition? Who knows? Who knows if it'll ever be a seamless transition?
This is why we're not seeing much investment on the Xbox side in terms of features right now, is because all the investment is going towards building these cross-platform features. God knows if any of this will ship, you know. No idea. No idea. It's just
I'm sure it's a pie in the sky thing that they want it to happen, but as we can see with like Microsoft's other things, sometimes it takes longer to come together. Project Rainway, the cross-platform UI stuff. When will it ever come out? Will it ever come out?
The mobile game store, will it ever come out? I don't know.
We'll see. I don't know. Do got a super chat here. We have one from Amish AI says, Halo multiplayer on PlayStation teabagging ponies will be fun. And Rave Damos with the 10. Jez, Xbox says there are more console players than ever before, and earlier in the show you mentioned half of the Xbox players are on Xbox One. Have you ever gleaned how many total Xbox console players there are?
I have no idea. They're really aggressive about not sharing that information. Probably for obvious reasons. Don't want people to doom and gloom or compare to other platforms. I imagine it's, you know, not a trivial amount. Clearly, it's a lot of people because it's sustaining the business right now, despite the decrease in sales. But there is a significant amount of people who just feel inclined to stay where they are, you know. And I think they'll continue to feel inclined to stay where they are as long as the platform's supported. Fortnite's there, Rocket League's there. But there are like green shoots of games that have started skipping the platform now, like Marvel Rivals, for example. That's an example of a recent game that went viral that isn't on past gen for once. And that has made at least one person I know consider upgrading. The real test there is going to be Grand Theft Auto. I think a shitload of people will move up the system for that reason.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose the question is like, do people on Xbox One who are content where they are, do they move up to Xbox Series S and X, or do they go to PlayStation? You know, because they could easily just not come to Xbox at all. They could be like, oh well, I've heard all the shit and the FUD about this system. It's time to upgrade to another system. You know, could go either way.
True. Yeah. We have one more Patreon question. We got Lee Sanders, who says, Hey lads, hope you have a wicked holiday period and have great fun with your family and friends. Just wanted to thank you for the podcast going. Enjoy listening to it during the week while at the desk. Well, thank you for dropping that message.
My brother.
And yeah, I think that's everything, Jez. Everything we wanted to talk about and all the Patreon questions and all that stuff. So I think we've come to the end of the show. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with us today for these amazing 4 hours of time spent with each other. Hopefully you guys have a wonderful weekend. And if we don't see you on Monday, hopefully we you have a great Christmas. Scarcely Relevant coming by, dropping 5 gifted subs. Thank you, sir. And yeah, Jez, I don't know. You got anything to say for the Christmas and the holiday?
Nah,
before we get out of here.
Thanks to everyone that supports us. Drop in the Discord to win an Xbox Series X and a headset. And just again, thanks for amazing support throughout the year. We've grown on Spotify, which is really cool. Spotify has comments now as well, which is also cool. Check out manscaped.com with code XB2 for some cheaper stuff. And me and Rand will be back with a New Year's special.
Yeah, we'll be
after Christmas.
We'll be
we'll figure it out.
What? We'll be back on Monday for an Xbox Ultimate.
Yeah, Monday. Yeah, Monday.
Because
Christmas
you're busy
special.
Tuesday and I would be busy Wednesday, so then
we could do Thursday.
For anybody wondering if we're taking off for the show, the show got to keep on going. So we'll have a show next Friday, and then we'll have a show the Friday after that. So that's the way.
This train don't stop, baby, unless I've got sinus infection.
Other things will get in the way, but we're not planning on taking a break. We normally don't, anyways.
Yeah.
And have a good weekend. Enjoy your Christmas. We'll see you on Monday, and if not, we will see you on Friday. Thank you guys, and keep it gaming.
Rock and roll, baby.